Because someone took everything from the... It's here or no?
No, no la pusieron. Nieta, it's not there. Is Suchi here?
Yes, she's just in front of the door.
Suchi!
Where? Because someone...
It's not here. Okay.
We still have 4 minutes.
Vale.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this very special day, the Alumni and Industry Day 2021. After 1 year, where there was no such an event last year, all the events were cancelled. So we are a little bit behind the schedule. So please, let's start with the first panel. You have access to the program of the day. We will be together here learning from each other until around 3:30, or if it goes a little bit later, maybe 4 the latest. And that's all from our side. We are very happy to organize this event through the collaboration of the first EMTM PATA chapter. You will learn more about that over the sessions today, but this is a real pleasure that 10 students from this year's cohort are those who have really organized the whole event and other events that we also organized before this one. So please enjoy the day, and Stella will take the count.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We're very excited to be hosting the first EMTM Industry Alumni Day. I'm Stella Gonzalez, the chairperson of the first chapter. So I welcome everyone. Thank you to the speakers for joining our invitation. So there are a couple of rules that is important to mention. So first of all, because of COVID, you need to please be mindful of distances right now. We have to be mindful of that in the workshop. So one thing is that during the food and the coffee breaks, there will be like signs for you to remind. So it's just like common sense, pretty much. Then in terms of the colors, why do you have colors? So first, in the panels, as you can see, you need to be in the same group. So right now we're all together, so we're in a cluster. But then, once the workshop starts, you will need to go with your groups. So follow the room. It's like follow the exactly. Thank you. So basically, you follow the group. That's the big thing. Then there's gonna be a QR code in front of the rooms. So if you read that, you will have the welcome package, and over there you will have the schedule for everything. And then that's pretty much because so that's pretty much the big thing, right? And there, if you have like any question, please look for the name tags. There is a staff or an organizing team, so please ask them. And then what else can you say? Yes, enjoy, make questions. We really organize this with a lot of effort and love, so we hope that you enjoy. So yes, we're ready to start with the first panel. So I will be moderating them. We have them. The most important is that they will be sharing their experiences about sustainability, the relationship between businesses and sustainability, and they will talk a little bit about how they implement the SDG goals. Good? So let's see, can we start the first presentation?
No, we cannot because the mouse doesn't work.
It doesn't work? Oh,
Yes.
amazing.
Yeah, switches you into... What do you need? We need a mouse.
Okay, these things happens, it's organic.
The thing is that this also doesn't work.
It was working before.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And I saw that you were
Yeah, I was
scanning,
touching it.
scrolling through presentations. Yeah.
What did you do?
But maybe in the meantime, you want to share a little bit? So we don't take time? Is it good?
We can just start with the presentation.
Okay, so let's start with our presentation while we resolve. We can co-create. You remember that word, right? So can you share a little bit about your job, your presentation? We don't have it now, but...
Good morning. My name is Kieran Creevy. I'm an mountaineering instructor and expedition chef. Been working in the outdoors for 25 years now at this point. My link with the sustainability element is primarily education focused, trying to get people to eat better when they're outside, think about where they're, like now that food tourism is such a huge part of it, we eat well at home, we eat well in restaurants, and then when we go to the mountains, we eat the cheapest, nastiest crap possible that you buy in a corner store. I've worked with athletes who treat their bodies really well, and then when they go to the Himalayas, they eat like they're 19 years old again and the first time in university. So there's a lot we can do with food when we're traveling. You think about all the amazing food that comes from each different country, each different region, and the possibility to educate people about how to use food from the region with the time of year and foraging elements as well. So that's me.
Sure, thank you so much. Let's pass the word to Magdalena. Can you share a little bit? Thank you.
Yeah. So, hi everyone. It's really nice to be back. My name is Magdalena. Yeah, sorry. So I'm from the EMTM generation 10-12. It's been a while. What I currently do, I'm Marcom Director at Canis Group, which is a large international professional conference organizer. And what we do, we organize scientific and medical events. But as a side kind of thing, additional to my job, I took over the sustainability team of the company, which was established last year due to this stop of in-person events. So we decided to take a break and actually, use this time productively and set some standards and rules for us when we go back to in-person events to be much more sustainable and really leave a positive mark and have a set rules and standards of how to do that and equipping our team with all this knowledge. So yeah, that's a little bit of what I wanted to actually share with you of this path that we are currently taking, because it's still work in progress. There's still things to be done, and a long way to go. But I'm super hopeful and positive that the outcome will be really cool.
Thank you. Mina, can you share?
Yeah, and I'm like I yesterday said, in our alumni group, I'm from prehistoric times when EMTM used to be 7 people, the first generation, the experimental generation. But I'm each time amazed when I see how well that we develop. After EMTM, I went to work for a National Tourist Association, got involved in the tourism project. Then the 2009 financial crisis struck, so I moved a bit abroad, spent 3 years in Vienna working for Booking.com, and then had this brilliant idea to do the PhD. And from that day onwards, I realized what I really like is teaching and educating. What I really don't like is doing research for the purpose of research. And years passed, I did a fair share of lecturing at every possible course I, as an imagination, managed to put in the curriculum of Faculty of Economics, School of Business, nowadays called, of University of Ljubljana. And then from 2 years later, from the last 2 years, I moved to another school, to another university, which is specializing in tourist studies, with the aim and goal that I will be focusing just on technology, which is my field of interest, digital marketing, and hospitality. Well, things went a bit other way, with some colleagues falling in sick, some colleagues leaving, and so on. And again, I'm doing everything from human resources to economics, to marketing, to innovation. And for this next semester, they even scheduled me for law, which is a career I abandoned 12 years ago. But whatever, each time I find sort of creative way, not very traditional of teaching, and try to find fun in it. What I'm also responsible for is relationships with the industry of our school. With a colleague, we are working very closely to see how actually tourism graduates or tourism students can bring value to the companies. And last year was especially harsh because our third-year students have to do like the internship, which goes on from March till the end of summer, and we all know what happened. So there were absolutely no possibilities for them of working on internships, and we were looking for creative ways how to overcome it. And I will present one of these efforts and how it turned out. And that's about it, once the technology allows me to present it.
Great. Yes, we are very sorry, something with the mouse. Unexpected. But, so I want to see if there are any questions, just to start, who wants to break the ice. Because as you can see, we have Kiran, who combines like cooking, right, mountain, tourism, in a very interesting way. Then we have Magdalena, who shares her work, right, in different events. She shares the message of sustainability. And then we have Minham, right, that he works with institutions, with research, to promote sustainability, to promote the digitalization of tourism. Yes, so the idea is that we want to know how they do it, right? We want to know how they really implement the sustainability goals, because as you know, sustainability is a concept, very broad, no? It's something that it can be implemented in many ways, but there can be many problems on the way. So that's what we want to know, like the challenges that you have encountered, the things that you think are solutions, right? So one of the questions that I have, just to break the ice a little bit before the mouse works, is great that I'm depending on this. It's just that I saw in the presentation that you shared the goal number 12, right? For responsible consumption. And I would like to know if you can explore a little bit. Wait, tell me. It was working before. No? I'm not doing it. So I will be something. Can you hear me over there? Yes. Irina, can you hear me? Good. Say. There we go. So let's do something before we start the presentation. We have Lucia. Let's cover that and then we go back. So Lucia is from one of our generations, and she's the
Dear EMTM family, it's my pleasure to be invited today as a speaker.
she's the one leading community hospitality. And she will share a little bit of her work, and then we will continue with the speakers. Is that good? Great. Thank you. Okay.
Dear EMTM family, it's my pleasure to be invited today as a speaker. Although the pandemic does not allow me to be there with you, I'm happy that I can at least connect through this short video. I'm Lucia, and I'm from the first cohort of the Erasmus Mundus students of EMTM. I graduated in 2012, and it's my pleasure to be still connected to the EMTM family, and I have really fond memories of my time with EMTM. So I was asked to share a little bit about what role have the businesses in the tourism and hospitality industry with regards to sustainability and the sustainable development. I personally have started an organization called Green Hospitality, which is a nonprofit organization that focuses on enabling sustainability through the hospitality industry and its supply chains. So that touches upon also all the tourism, destination management, etc. So what we do, we focus on research. We actually try to first understand the issues at hand, measure data, collect data, that we also share with our stakeholders and the general public and the government. So we do that through events and other channels. We also create solutions. So those could be new business models, programs, systems, but also technology. So it's a really broad circle of things that we do. And how I see that businesses can actually contribute to sustainable development. Well, because we work with hotels, airlines, and restaurants, we see that these different businesses have different power and also low-hanging fruit that they can really grab and start contributing positively to the development of the location that they are in, the destination, or the country. So for instance, and I can't say that enough, is by measuring the data. We still see that a lot of businesses are not measuring the data, and so they have misconception about, for instance, their waste production or any other element of sustainability, really. And we've seen that through a very simple exercise we did recently with Green Hospitality. We went to measure waste and packaging waste and food waste of 25 different outlets, restaurants and hotels. And through this exercise, we actually motivated a couple of them to continue measuring their waste and actually segregate it properly, compost it, and divert it from the landfill. So I feel like if we had more education, we were able to mobilize more stakeholders in the industry, there can be a big and positive change happened that is not only for the businesses themselves, but for the wider environment and the community in their location. So I believe that sustainable development is important, and the tourism and hospitality industry has a big role to play.
You can find her online, obviously, and she works with Green Hospitality. There. Sorry about that. Okay. You saw already Lucia's video, so try to relate a little bit. She's not here, but we know that she's emotionally here. So let's start with the presentation. I will go again with Kiran. He will share. They already mentioned some points, so they will just wrap them up, and then we can come up with questions. So please thank them while you listen to them. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a lot of things when it comes to cooking outside, eating outside, where does that food come from, how do we deal with the trash afterwards. So, as I said, a lot of people eat really badly when they're outside. You can make it better, and it's apart from going to the bathroom multiple times a day, it's one of the few things everybody does 2 to 3 times a day. We all eat breakfast, not all of us eat lunch and dinner. So if you think about your favorite meal at home, in a restaurant, think about how good a simple sandwich tastes after a hike, or an energy bar after a trail run, and now try and combine the two. Restaurant kind of food in the outdoors, it's an incredible experience. If you can offer that to people or educate them that they can eat better, then ideally you get them to choose better food for themselves, better food for the environment. So, for example, less processed meats, or if they are going to eat meat, maybe you look at wild meat or fish, things like that. Foraging. I'm Irish, and unfortunately, if you talk about foraging back in the 80s and 90s in Ireland, every Irish person gets scared about it. Oh Jesus, what if we pick up a mushroom and it's going to kill me? We don't know anything about it, and the only people in Ireland who actually forage properly are Eastern Europeans, Scandinavians, Latvians, Lithuanians. So the Irish are now learning because of a massive influx of knowledge into the country, but you can still do way more. And I'm not talking about esoteric food, simple things, berries, nuts, wild greens in the springtime. If you can educate more people about that and how to do it properly, not just going to a raspberry bush and picking every bleeding raspberry off it, but you leave it for the animals, you leave it for people there around you, you can learn more about how stuff is grown and realize your knowledge of a particular area increases. Obviously, with the way fires have gone this year, unfortunately, too many people think, oh, fire, I'll just have a little barbecue outside in the forest, and they don't think about when, where, and even simpler, how do you make a fire, and how do you make a fire that actually will boil water for your dinner, but not wreck the landscape, and you leave no trace. So there's a lot of stuff that can be covered there. Local ingredients, I think, are really important, and it builds into the cultural element. So if, for example, you mentioned to most Europeans or Americans Indian food, the assumption is Indian food is all the same. There is no difference between each state. There's a vast, vast difference between, even within certain states in India, how the food is used, what spices are used, and the cooking techniques. And that offers massive opportunity to local entrepreneurs that you could work with. And then that builds in the whole food culture and the land. Like, think about the land you're moving over and what is grown there, farmers, shepherds, all that kind of stuff. And then with the waste element, before you go outside, can you, what products do you pick, and can you minimize the amount of either compostable trash? And if you are going to have compostable trash, how do you take care of it when you're in the middle of nowhere? That's really, really important. And there's also the packaging waste. A lot of mountains now, like big mountains, 5, 6, 7,000 meter peaks, they give you bags and you pay a fee before you enter the park. And if you don't come back out with a certain amount of trash, you get fined. You lose your deposit. That's really important. But if we start with the education that you pack it in, you pack it out, then it becomes a job for everybody. That's me.
Yeah, maybe we can go to the next one. This is what you already heard. Yeah, and what I told you already, but I want to share a bit more about what we are currently developing or doing in the company. So we are establishing a sustainability policy, which is important to just have this general guiding document for the whole company. And just to give you the perspective, the company has 18 offices on 6 different continents, and about 150 people are working. So it's not like working with 10 people that we can just sit on the table and explain to them that's what we're going to do. It's we're going to have yeah, sure. So it's not just getting 10 people and explaining what they have to do from tomorrow, but it's influencing a whole very well-established system. And the company is 66 years old. So 66 years old. So it's been a while, and there are people that have been for a while with the company. So changing their mindset is a tricky thing, especially when Something else that I've put in here, the UNFCCC is currently working on actually doing a standard, a net zero carbon commitment for the whole events industry. So it's currently being in the works. We're trying to create a framework and present at COP26 this year. So fingers crossed, because it's a huge undertaking. The whole industry actually has to come together and commit as an industry. And believe me, everybody's trying currently to go in different directions. So there are a couple of moving parts or NGOs that are trying to calm down everybody and that excitement and just put things to work. So of course, I'm part of that and trying to work with them and also affect more suppliers and partners along the way so we can be more, because together we're stronger, of course. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We need to speak closer. Okay. So,
Here we have,
Yeah, you can skip this. We presented ourselves. So.
okay, perfect.
Yeah. Wait. Okay. So remember the story. The pandemic happens. How do we sort out the problem of students not getting jobs or not getting like internship experience? And we had a bunch of very motivated students who decided their own way of contributing to the society and helping the industry is to develop a platform on which all the authentic experience providers from Slovenian, let's call it like this, rural areas will be presented, because they are, at the moment, even before pandemic, they were not visible online. They didn't have the capacity, they didn't know how to manage their social media presence. They were often overlooked by larger, more corporate like event or tour organizers. And they started working, and us as their supervisor started thinking of the business model. I had one very big concern from the beginning, and that was, A, it's a platform dedicated to Slovenia, which is irrelevant, nobody knows, and does not have economy of scale, so the platform could be profitable. And B, we are competing where everyone else was competing. Last year, when the Slovenian government implemented tourism vouchers, everyone was competing to get as many experiences bookable so that people could kind of travel and use them. And if it's a student project, we know we will not be the most professional, and if it's backed up by university, we know the resources are limited. So I kind of went into my Pareto corporate principle. Why would we do like 80% of work, which will potentially bring only 20% of income and not the extra? And then we started discussing with my colleague, who is, however, into development and innovation. And he's very liberal. I have very strong opinions, and I voice them out. He is very liberal, and he just supports everyone's ideas. And he said, well, if they are motivated, they will do these extra hours, and they will develop it. As long as they are passionate, it's fine. Yeah, okay, it's fine, but do we really want to waste their life developing something that never has the possibility to succeed? And then we came to the conclusion that, yes, we do need to find a different business model. This is like the students saw themselves as entrepreneurs, and it's sexy to be a startup entrepreneur. What is not that sexy is to be a social entrepreneur. So how to transform these business models from a platform which was kind of optimistically set up into a social project which will really have an impact and have the possibility to sustain long term. And this is where we figured out that the only way we can get all these authentic local providers, so grandmas baking traditional sweets, onto the platform, is that we offer them a student who will take care of the marketing of it, who will post the available dates online, who will make photographs of her, who will film her while doing it, and who will know how to use the social media for promotion. So we created the role of a so-called scout, and this is a person who has the value that you can bring as fresh, trained tourism graduates is your digital skills at the moment. This is something that the industry is lacking, and it comes naturally to you. You are not the most experienced, you are not the smartest, and you are not the most, let's call it, technically skilled in terms of project management or operations. but you have the right digital mindset and you know the tools which are necessary in the industry, which the current managerial generation, which happens to be 40 plus, doesn't really have, nor does it have the capacity to really kind of learn fast and understand the challenges. So, okay, we have grandmas and we have other people who provide authentic experiences, which are the ones that add value, that the new tourists want to see. And we have the student who will help them become visible. And the platform looks like that. Can you just click on the, yeah? Okay, you want to go to the question. So, okay, you can see where it went, but how it turned on. Okay, so we tweaked our business model. Okay, we said we are a social movement. We want to support people and we want to help them with digitalization in peripheral areas. And we've also learned from WTTC report that the discrepancy between digital skills of the central areas and peripheral areas even widened during the pandemics. So, okay, this is a value of a social cause. Now it was just about finding the right projects and mechanisms that would fund this. And since the students really developed the pilot of the platform which was working, sold up until now one experience, so the idea of being a business was really like out of the context and over-optimistic, but we found in the first year 2 European projects that needed just this sort of content and hired us as external trainers, so we got a lot of funding to further develop the platform. And then this spring, we won a grant from Google ORG, so Google's charitable division, at the competition of how academic institutions can create a better digital future. A significant donation which now secured the students jobs that they can continue working, and this is becoming a proper social startup and spin-off of university. Another thing which is interesting for us as academics, we digged into researching social sustainability, because there is still no common sense definition of what social sustainability should be available out there. It's very broad, everyone understands it a bit different, and now we are trying kind of to build up on how to connect social sustainability and digitalization and contributing to quality education, equal opportunities, and so on, quite multiple sustainable development goals that are out there.
Great, so now you know more about their speakers, you know more about their background. So we can start a section of questions. We have about 15 minutes right now because we have a coffee break at 10:15. So get ready for those questions. If there is someone interested in breaking the ice, let's see. Any question in particular? As they mentioned a lot of things related to sustainability, and there we go. Robina, go ahead. Thank you. Did everyone listen to her? Do we want me to repeat the question? Shall I repeat, or all good? Repeat? Ah, okay. Sure, so okay. Go ahead.
So regarding packaging, there's a few options and it depends on the foodstuff. The first one, if you have something dry, bread, bars, that kind of stuff, would be beeswax impregnated cloths. So that's a massive thing right now all across Europe. It's definitely, with very few exceptions, it tends to be small producers. The The cloth is usually organic cotton. I've yet to see one being used with hemp, but that's a really handy one. It can be reused and reused and reused. Eventually, when the beeswax runs out, you can reapply it. You basically melt a unscented beeswax candle and you can paint it onto the cloth. So if anybody here happens to have bees, great, go and make your own cloths, make a little business out of that. That's the first one. Second one would be, the one I really hate seeing on the mountains is energy gel packets. So lovely little tearaway strips from the aluminium sitting on the side of a trail. I'm not sponsored by any energy gel packets, so I think I'm okay. Make your own gels at home. Make them and use them the next day. Use reusable silicone gel bottles, which are usually 100 to 150 ml. You can put your toothpaste in them, which means you can also put your food in them. So you make your gels. You can freeze them for 3 months. You can take them on the trail, and there you go. That's one bit. And then lastly, if you're making meals, the classic freeze-dried meal comes again in aluminium plastic packaging. Right now, there's one company in the UK that produces their food in compostable packets, but you can now buy those compostable packets in batches of 100 to 500, and it costs really cheap. So you can put your food in that, take it with you. When you're done, you can chop it up with scissors, you can put it into your compost bin at home, or you can put it into a compost bin in communal compost, and that's how I would, currently that's how I use how I package my food when I'm away. Okay?
Is there any other question? Okay, I have a question. So, can you hear me? So this question is for Magdalena. I'm very interested to know what are the challenges that you have seen in comparing your virtual versus offline events, because she manages events about sustainability. So I want to know what are the challenges of delivering the message of sustainability. Thank you.
Yeah, well, okay, that's a really complicated question, just because we are touching on the issue of reporting and gathering data, and we don't have enough data on hand from in-person events. We have some, but it's hard to compare with virtual. And also, once we started doing virtual events, April last year, we just all had this great idea that it's just more sustainable because we didn't fly thousands of people across the world to a certain point. We didn't have to accommodate them. We didn't have to feed them. So, of course, it's more sustainable in terms of, CO2 emissions and so forth. But then if you look into data of digital consumption, actually, that's not very, it's not like it doesn't leave a mark, because all these servers, they actually use a lot of electricity. So that's the tricky thing there. So what we're currently doing for the virtual events that we operate on our own platform, it's certified, so we can verify that it doesn't, it has all the green certificates that it can have. But if we're using other virtual platforms, then we have an issue because we have to ask and make sure. Then the other thing is the social part. You're not meeting with people, and that means oftentimes that you sit for 8 hours in front of a computer, not even standing up. So we're encouraging people to do some activities, to get up, take a break. We have a lot of options for them to just move, different kinds of videos that they can follow, very simple. They don't need equipment. They just can, stretch a little bit, because it's really important. We had that at in-person events as well, because we have the same issue, and you all know it being at a university, that when you have classes for too long, you just want to go and stretch and move. It's the same thing sitting in front of a computer. So this is something that I could say it's in common. But when we speak really about comparing what's more sustainable, of course, when you don't travel, you leave a lot less emissions, and you eat at home. You usually cook your food. Thanks to the pandemic, a lot of people learn how to cook. So also Kieran can help them with that. But yeah, it's interesting, and I think it's a lot, something that's going to develop with the years, because virtual is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. We'll continue to do it. In-person will slowly come back, and then we'll have to strategize further on and find ways to make not only in-person greener, but make sure that virtual is also green, because it's not necessarily squeaky clean.
Thank you so much. As you can see, they have been sharing a lot about the goals of responsible consumption, also about education. Is there any question? Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so the first question, I'm just repeating for those sitting here. The first question was if the virtual event can have the same impact as in-person, connected to UNFCCC and the COP 25-26. And the second was the different approach to sustainability, because we saw the pandemic kind of livened up some spaces. We saw nature improve, but then things got worse. So what's the different approach? Correct? Got the two questions? Okay. So regarding the first question, if a virtual event can have the same impact, it depends. It really depends on the goal of the event, and it's really important to set the right goals. And especially at this time, because also virtual attendees have learned along with us. It's not only that we have knowledge, but they also know what to require of us. So it's really important to know what you want to deliver. Because while in April last year we could deliver, we could just translate an event from in-person to virtual, and it was fine. People were okay with that. If we do it now, they're not going to be happy. We can't have a huge event with parallel sessions that go at the same time, even if they can be viewed on demand. People don't like that, as simple as that. So if you want to leave an impact, you have to really understand that virtual is for knowledge. People they go there and they expect to get the knowledge. They don't anymore expect to get the networking or meet people or do things. They're fine. They understand it doesn't work. They wouldn't engage that much with chats and such stuff, but they would really be there and require really good speakers, really good delivery of the knowledge. So if you are comparing the COPs, I'm not really familiar with the events, program-wise and how they're organized. So I can't particularly say, but absolutely they can have great impact. They can inspire, they can do different campaigns around the event, and they will definitely have a great impact. And plus, COP is very well-known event, and those that are interested in sustainability, I'm sure they're going to follow and get the best value out of it. In terms of the changes pre- and post-pandemic and what we saw with nature, it's a very tough question. I don't know how people are changing perspectives. Honestly, last year, I personally believed that people seeing what happened, they wouldn't like to come back in the same way. But what I'm seeing happening is that people are coming back in the same way, and sometimes even worse. They don't really care. They're like mad animals out on the loose, and they're just let me travel. I don't care. I'll use single-use mask. I wouldn't care how I dispose of them. Just let me do my stuff. And that's bad. I don't know how we can influence that. I think it's a personal decision for some. Of course, we're speaking about masses. I'm sure some have changed. Kieran wouldn't be here with a successful story to tell if people didn't change and didn't want to go back to nature. So there would be those, but there would be also the others that we have to always be mindful that, for them is the small things. If we can just make them aware that they have to dispose of their single-use masks in a certain way, I think that's a small battle that we're just winning one step at a time.
Thank you so much. So we have just a few minutes for our last question. And if we can make a question for Miha. Ivana, do you have a question?
Yeah, I actually have a question for Miha.
Excellent.
Hi. So my question is, you said that you got a fund from Google, and I wanted to ask you, did you get any help from outside, like, I don't know, from municipality, state, anywhere else? Did you get any help, or did you do it all by yourself? Like, did you manage?
Basically, like, initial was done all by our team that you actually know, most of them. Ivana has been our intern as well during the thesis time. Afterwards, when we got the first money from people who hired us to do the trainings in digitalization and help local aspiring tourism entrepreneurs in digital skills, those funds we then used to outsource the programming and found like a very reliable, through WeWork, again, digital platform, programmer in India, which had much cheaper rates than a local solution would do. I don't know if it's sustainable, but it's the reality of digital economy. So we are competing against everyone, and everyone wants the best value for money. That's life. This is also one of the limits to sustainability. At the end, if it was affordable, we would all be sustainable and eco-tourists. Few of us are. So.
Like economical help. I thought logistics or
logistics. It was relying on everyone who wanted to get involved. We embrace him, and everyone could contribute in a way where he would like to develop. So it's sort of community-based. So especially like the girls who needed an internship, they were posting, like creating content, social media posts, which again did not bring anything, but they learned a whole lot of experience in social media management for a startup. I mean, kind of a startup, and they're selling this now successfully further a year and a half later. I mean, they came to the proper jobs. So it's not my ethical way of thinking that students should do work for free and show just like fuel the startups with their engagement without any compensation. But actually, when you are seeking for reference and when there is crisis, this is also a lecture, this experience can really like then bring you further when the things open. So, for example, my generation is used, we were studying when things were flourishing. We did not do internships for free. The generations afterwards, when the global financial crisis hit, they had to do this. So you have to kind of adjust, no matter what ethical standpoints. I also find it disgusting that internships at the United Nations are on a free basis in the most expensive cities of the world. So it's only for the high-incoming families, for the kids of high-income family, creating another elite, no diplomatic elite. So it's not just, but that's how it is. So crisis times, do whatever you can, and if you're passionate about, connect to people that can offer you this experience.
Okay, as you mentioned, we work in some of the other platforms.
Yeah.
There are 2 new platforms that are involved with refugees that I can give the links to, providing content and other services. One is one of them. They've just come out of the pandemic. So if you want to be ethical and you're looking to India or other countries or Syria or whatever, there are 2 new platforms that I'll share and workshop or share. And you can look for coders there that have gone through an internship, have been paid, and are local market rate. And they're not through one of the quarter platforms.
thank you so much for the speakers. So the most important is that, just to wrap up, right? They have been sharing about their businesses, how they relate to sustainability, and they are the example, right? Because we are about to graduate. We have a generation which is starting this next week, right? So just try to be in contact, network. This event is for that. Remember, try to share your LinkedIn, try to be professional, friendly, charismatic, right? So just to bring back the beginning, it's important that for today, you follow your colors. And I really, 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 really recommend that during the coffee break, you scan the QR. There are going to be QR outside of the rooms. And with this QR, you will have access to the agenda. So the agenda will show you the different workshops. Okay? The next workshop should start at 10:45. Coffee break is good? Okay. So is there any question about the organization of the event? Anything in particular? For the speakers, it's important that they will rotate. So the audience will stay in one group, in one classroom. So all blue stay forever in the same classroom. All red in the same classroom. All black in the same classrooms. The speakers will rotate. So for the speakers, don't worry. There should be someone to guide you from one classroom to another. It's not a big faculty, so don't worry about it. But thank you so much for being here. If there is something that you would like to share, just to wrap up, any advice that you have for the audience, for the graduating generation, for the generation that is here?
Sorry, no.
Yeah, well, just have fun, guys, and, you know, just live your dreams and dare to speak up, because all the time when I work with a lot of EMTMs, I've made it a habit of mine, and no matter if they're interns or, you know, paid employees, I always tell them, just speak up. If you see something you don't like, say it, otherwise we can't change it. So just have that in mind no matter what you're doing.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Magdalena. I found my niche when I was 30. I started working as a mountaineering instructor when I was 20 years old, and you don't know where the inspiration is going to come from. For me, it was on a trip, and a colleague happened to suggest an idea. Hey, how about this? Never even occurred to me. My dad was a chef. He never wanted me to get into cooking, other than sort of, yes, you can cook for yourself. But sometimes inspiration can strike. It took, from when I started, it probably took 4 or 5 years of hard work for it to actually make sense financially. So I had a whole lot of other little side jobs on, but suddenly I found myself in this position, and now it's, Jesus, that's a bit of a weird job. How did you get into it? Like the tourism sector has oodles of possibilities, and you think, oh, maybe at the back of your head, oh, I'd love to do this job, but it doesn't exist. Make it your job, make it your niche, and then you will struggle, you will have moments of, geez, I'm being stupid, should I just go back to something else? Stick with it. And, they're long days, but totally balanced by moments of joy. So, yes, keep at it.
Thank you so much, everyone. Now we have the coffee break. One more thing to share really fast. Please be mindful of the distance during the coffee break and lunch break. The administration is watching us, and we really want to have more events like this. So please, let's try to behave, and there will be only 6 people per table. Okay. So if you want to go for a coffee, boop, 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 take out, drink, and then move around. But one more thing. And the red team will come back. I can say now.
Sí, un, dos, un, dos.
I'm very happy to see you all here. I'm here together with Gina. My name is Kerstin. Please don't consider myself as impolite. Gina will introduce herself, but that means I have to introduce myself first. I'm also an EMTM from generation 9/11, like back then, and we prepared a nice workshop for you today about entrepreneurship and networking. I consider myself a networking specialist. That will be my part, and at the moment I'm already working for, I think, 10 years in the tourism industry. I like working for corporations, so right now I'm with Lufthansa, and I think what I basically want to do today is motivate you to network, because when I actually started after university, I somehow didn't really understand how things work, and I found out that when you network, you really save up on time. So there are some good benefits when networking, and I think it's not only about building a network, but it's also about maintaining the network. Yeah? So what we're going to do today is, Gina, I will hand over to Gina, and we will then actually play a little game, a role play. Well, I hope you're going to like it. We're going to pretend that we are at a tourism fair, and you're going to get a role card, and you will also have a goal to reach. It will just be like 10 minutes, not a lot. It's just a game, just for you to step into a role and practice. Yeah? After that, we will also discuss your experiences about how was it, because it's not that easy. I mean, today it's more like a game because you know each other already, obviously. But I think it's very important that you also dare to approach other people. And when Gina introduced herself, I also want to hand over some tips and tricks for you. I have a long version. I printed it out the old-fashioned way. We also have a QR code for you, and you can, read it whenever you want. It is my personal view on networking and things that might help you after you graduated, having your first job. And then, in the end, we have some time for questions, and we'll just see how we will proceed, because we already also started late, but come on, we will make it happen. So I want to hand over to Gina. She's today here to motivate you also and give you some knowledge about the topic entrepreneurship.
So thank you. Is this working? Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you, Kirsten. So before I start introducing myself, a little bit to break the ice. So who's starting about being an entrepreneur after finishing the program? Is anyone thinking about this as an opportunity? Okay, I see a couple of people, maybe 3. Maybe you have an idea, but you're not sure. Well, most of you, so just to have an idea about you, who's still a student? Okay, and who's graduating? Okay, and then I see some familiar faces that I know that you have been working for a while. Okay, perfect. I'm Gina. I'm actually from here, from Girona. I was an EMTM student some years ago. I finished in 2014, so it has been a while. And well, I'm not going to speak a lot about myself, about my experience, because we were told that you were very demanding and you wanted a dynamic and dynamic workshop. So most of the things we will do, actually you will do them. So afterwards, for lunch break or whatever, if you want to discuss, you have questions for me, we can go through that, but now I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I'm just going to mention briefly my experience after I finished MTM until now. So when I graduated, in my case, I never thought I was able to lead my own project. I found it something like super challenging, and I felt like I wasn't prepared for this. So I was in different work experience in corporations. So I was working in a marketing agency. My bachelor studies were related to advertisement and public relations. And then I've been also working at University of Barcelona for 4 years with business students for master programs like MBAs and so. So I've always been in this environment of entrepreneurship, business, innovative ideas, and so on. But it wasn't until last year when COVID happened that I had kind of some personal crisis, and I thought, okay, maybe it's my time to do something on my own. I had always different ideas, even projects I was working on my free time, but this time I decided that I was going to make a living out of it. So that's how some months ago I quit everything and I decided to go for it. What I did is to create a digital company and creative agency where we help female entrepreneurs go digital through marketing strategies, communication strategies, and digital content. Okay, so I'm gonna briefly explain how these last months have been for me. I think it was good that in the beginning I was in different positions in companies because I got to learn different procedures and how things work in real world. But then when you're on your own, that's very different, I tell you. Suddenly, it's lonely, you have to take decisions every day, there's a lot of things you don't know, you have to manage your time, you have to get money because that's your income at the end of the day, you still pay your expenses. So a lot of uncertainty to deal with, a lot of things that are new to you, from legal to accounting, all the areas of the business that you're studying now become real, and you're the only person, unless you have a lot of money or investors that can help you with this. You have to know a little bit of everything. That's really time consuming. So when Suchi told me about co-leading this workshop with Kirsten, I thought, wow, that's interesting, because honestly, if I have to think about one of the things that helped me the most through this month as an entrepreneur, networking, to have a solid base of contacts and friends, has been the most useful thing for me. From the simpler things, well, actually as a person, on a personal level, networking, I found it very useful so far. I'm sure most of you have used a lot of contacts of your friends, family, friends from the different circles you have been through your lifetime. School, primary school, maybe you went to another high school, so there you got to know other people. Maybe later in life at university you met other people, trips, if you have hobbies then you have another circle. So from all these paths you go through life, you can get to know different people that at some point you never thought about but can help you through this. So yeah, when I was starting on my own, I received a lot of help from friends, but also from people I didn't know. I'm very active in different network communities for female entrepreneurs, and we meet very often, not always just to reach a goal of finding new clients or getting fundings. Sometimes just to share how we feel, how we are, what are we struggling with. Sometimes I can have a problem with, I don't know, something legal. Sometimes with something digital, a problem on the website or with that software, I don't know how it works, and maybe that person has been through the same and can help me, and maybe next time I can help her. Not only giving the information, but also sometimes referring to a colleague that can do something for her and providing employee to this colleague. So it's about creating these connections that can help. So Kirsten mentioned that we're going to have this game today. It's going to be something very simple because we don't have a lot of time, so we thought about we will explain a little bit in detail later. But what I wanted to mention now is to think out of the box. So you will get a role and a goal, and you will have to play like you were in a ITV or this tourist event. But in life, you never know what you might know. Okay, you might need, okay, maybe now I need someone, I don't know, I need this client. But maybe this person, later in life, will end up, I don't know, in this position, in this country, and we will meet again, or I somehow will need something from him. So my recommendation would be about creating meaningful connections, not only thinking about what can I get from him straight away. At the end, we're human beings, so it's all about emotions, and I'm not saying that now we have to speak about super deep things, but some things are super simple, like humor. For instance, with Kirsten, we didn't know each other, but she has a really good sense of humor, and I love it about her.
Thank you, that's lovely.
And that's what I will remember, because what we remember is how we feel. So later in life, she might end up starting something, needing a provider for something. You never know. I might go to Germany to work, and here we established a connection because of humor, because we share different values. So whenever you speak to people, now Kirsten will go into detail about networking, so I don't want to make it longer, but think not always what can I achieve from him or her. Try to make a meaningful connection with this person, because then you might need different things. This will change, but the connection, this is something you will remember. Afterwards, we will also discuss how this role play went, and we can go into more detail. But I also wanted to mention that it's not only about, okay, what's your name? I add you on LinkedIn. Okay, that's it. I had 50 new connections. No, it's about remembering this person, making something that has an impact. So later it's like, okay, that person that he really liked the same movie that I saw, try to find different things that can make you connect with the person you're speaking to, not only from the profit or more like straight benefit, but more in a general way. There's a lot of things we share. Right now, today, we all are EMTM students, so we were many years ago. So we had like very similar paths, and I'm sure if I speak 5 minutes with each of you, we will find something that we share, and even though we are from different countries, different ages and so on. So it's about finding that thing that can connect you with that other person.
Yeah, thank you, Gina. I think that's very...
I don't know if that was long.
I think we're all fine. Okay. And thank you, you gave a very real insight into the real life, you know, because as she said, if you read a book about networking, yeah, okay, we all read things about networking, but it might also make sense to just randomly add people, because maybe one day you can just filter them and then approach them, but it's also about an exchange. And some of you might have worked, and also as students you're doing networking, of course, and I thought it might make sense for you that I give you my personal tips and tricks. Just some. I mean, there's a huge list. I told you, you can read it whenever or not. But the most important things are, for example, I mean, they may sound basic, but some people don't really do it because they miss the opportunity. I want to say it like that. You know, when you go, for example, to an event, it might make sense to check out who's there, who are the speakers, what are they doing, because maybe you can work with them one day. Maybe you want to ask them a question, but if you just go there and you don't know who actually comes there, you're not prepared. And it might also make sense to add them on your social media and also have your social media ready. You know, I talked to a lot of entrepreneurs and they said they were posting little things. From their point of view, little things. But in the end, in the future, it gave them business opportunities or possibilities because people were actually following them. People are reading what you are writing. And even though it just seems like a little thing, it might be a big thing in the end. Yeah, and it's also very important. I mean, nowadays with millennials, Generation Z, I'm not quite sure, but I think it sounds old-fashioned, but it's always good to have a business card, a good one. Huh? Dare to be innovative. You know, you're young people, why don't you have a QR code on it, or you make it look kind of fancy, not just so old-fashioned. And I know some people throw business cards away, but some people keep them, and then one day they go through it, they maybe have a project, they're looking for people to work with, and then they remember you. And I have a kind of special trick, which I would like to share with you, is when you go to an event, let's be honest, we're young, we're newbies, maybe it's the first time you go to this event, you don't know the people, wear something. Wear something shiny, something special. I mean, don't overdo it, no? Don't dress up completely. Yes, okay, maybe you want to, but just imagine you're at an event and you don't know anybody. How to start a conversation? Then it's also a trick for yourself. Look for somebody that has, for example, I say yellow shoes or something. I mean, this person knows that it's wearing yellow shoes and it wants to be seen. So you could go there and say like, oh, I really like your shoes, and make a nice compliment. No? I mean, nothing, just harmless compliment. I mean, normally we don't approach people's looks, but in this time, for this time, it's okay. Same for you, you know. You maybe have I wanted to put a feather to my hair, but my friend said it was too much. That's too much. You don't do it. I just found it on the way here. But something more, you know, down to earth. And then you have a way to approach people, and maybe also people want to approach you because you have something special. Because when you're new, yeah, people normally don't see you. That's also part of the reality. So this is what I call dress to impress. And it's actually also your stage, no? And just dare to be someone. It doesn't matter you're young or you're not that experienced. There's also a truth. I don't know if it's just today like this or it always was like this, but I think nowadays people don't hire for experience. They hire for your attitude. They want your potential. Yeah? And if you want to be an entrepreneur, you anyways have to believe into your own potential. They say we hire for attitude, we train for the skills, no? Because there are some very skilled people out there, but you just cannot work with them. They're hard to handle, and yeah. So especially if you're specializing in a field that is kind of rare, this could be your chance. Let's just imagine, I know some of us were from countries it's not very easy to find a job after graduating. This could be your way sneaking into the job market or becoming an entrepreneur, no? And just find your way. Yeah, we still have some little time for more tips and tricks. I see you're enjoying them. There's something, I also love reading about psychology. I tell you something, people love themselves. Like when you talk to someone, they have a name tag. And if you come to me and you say like, hi, Kerstin, I'm going to be like, oh, hello, because you know my name. I mean, you obviously just read it. It wasn't such a big deal. But later on, when you're doing business or you're in the office, you're approaching new customers, or let's say, just say you are at a tourism fair and somebody has a name shield, use the name, approach them, and just ask them questions, especially if you're new, you know. You're new to them. They don't want to hear your story normally. They want to feel good and they want to feel special, and you can give them the feeling. And once you entered their heart or the door to their business opportunities, you can also let them know what you are doing. It's like with the compliment. Yeah, it's basic psychology actually. And if you don't agree with someone, keep it to yourself. I mean, it's also, sometimes it's hard to keep negative things for your own. I mean, there are some situations where you have to say something, things that are just not right. It's an obligation as a human being. But normally, you know, if somebody likes a red car and you don't like this color, just don't comment it. But if you agree with somebody you meet for the first time, express your agreement. It makes a lot of sense, no? Yeah, and I think there's so much more to tell you, but one thing which I often see is sometimes people try to approach a person, but I can see from far away that person does not want to talk with the other one. And how can I see that? Because they're facing away. See, Gina, you want to talk to me?
Yeah.
And my feet, if my feet are towards your body, I want to talk to you. I can approach you. If my feet are leading somewhere here, and I'm like, that means they want to go. Let them go, you know? I mean, a good salesperson knows that no actually just means yes later. You should think like that. Yes, but also means no, and then the circle becomes a little complicated. But let people go, but don't forget about them. If you want to work with somebody, just approach them at the next fair. Anyways, you see people more often. It's not just a one-time thing. Okay, I could go on for hours, but I think we should actually, and we can start with the role play. The room is maybe not the best, okay? We prepared the role play here. It's going to be interactive, dynamic, agile. No, very up to date. And I'm going to hand a role play card to all of you, one, and you're different. And the point is, you have to find out who you're talking to, and you have to think about if it makes sense to talk with that person or not. Be polite, try to disappear if it does not make sense. If it makes sense, you also have to be maybe competitive with somebody else who also wants to talk to that person, because we're at the tourism fair, people are busy, no? Okay.
Yeah, so you will see that you have a role, so very short, just the tag, I would say, so be creative. If you are a manager of a DMO, just make up that you are the DMO manager from Colombia or whatever you feel like. So you can make up everything. Then you have one main goal, okay? So the main thing that you're going to that event for, so think that in real life, probably you have paid for that event. And if you're an entrepreneur, everything that you waste money counts. And then other interests, because it's like what I told you. Right now, you might not need something, but later, yeah, so think that this is a tourism fair, so you are all tourism experts in somehow, in a way. Participate, start conversations about this topic, and have fun.
You have a question, right? It could. I mean, it could be any event where you can find people that are doing the same, or that, you know, you have to maybe analyze where are the people I want to work with at. Could be anywhere. Could be in a train. You can, you know, I was working with Lufthansa for, I think I'm already working there 5 years. And my last boss, he made business in the airplane, in the business class seats.
Yeah.
There's networking everywhere, to be honest. And why not? I mean, don't forget to have a life, no? I mean, it's not all about being an entrepreneur and your work, and there's something like called work-life balance. Don't forget about it. But why not networking in the train?
Yeah, so now we chose this because we thought it was easier to have this context that everyone knows, but in real life it can happen anywhere. I go, for instance, to lunch meetings. So you're there in a table with other people you don't know and you're having lunch, so it's like, so how do you start? What do you do?
Yeah, how do you start?
How
That's
do you
always the
introduce
best
yourself?
question.
How do you approach that person?
Yeah, don't be the one standing in the corner running home because you feel uncomfortable. Make it your event. Huh? And it's possible to learn, even though maybe it's not within your personality right now, maybe it is. Some of us are very extroverted persons. But also don't forget, whenever something is not working, you can always reinvent yourself the next day. You can really reinvent yourself. If you're convinced that you're not a good networker, tomorrow you can be, or you can start to become one. No? If that's important for you? Okay.
How many do you have? Or we have to take them?
5 or 6, I think. I have 5 to 10. Just one. Or we hand it and they give it back to us. Depends. But you actually can take it out. I'm looking for a small hotel owner. Anyone? I think you want to be a small hotel owner. Do you like Anybody planning to do a PhD? Yeah, there's one. If you have questions, okay, that might fit you well. Okay, if I read them all out loud, it's going to be very easy for you to find the right person. You have a secret role, mysterious one. Excuse me. By the way, this is something very interesting. I'm talking about networking. What was your name again? Jason. JC. Adolfo today is that we have a common contact. And she's from the Philippines. I'm from Germany, and I share a business contact in Hong Kong, which is actually his friend. And isn't that lovely? And then immediately we found a way to talk to each other. So he approached me. So you're already a good networker. So who doesn't have a role? But that's true. And he gave me a compliment from my Portugal fan. That's what it's called. How many? We can press 5 so far. I think 12 each. Yeah. That's some more now. Do we get to? You want to share one? Pick one. Pick one. Pick one.
Now we have to have a little eye on time management. Please get up. Yes, spread around. Get loose. Dive into the story. We are at the just trying to talk to each other, and we can also try to talk to
back to your seats. This was just a small game. You guys are awesome. Awesome. You know what? I thought about bringing a card, but I'm more the one for LinkedIn and Facebook. By the way, funny coincidence, somebody wears yellow shoes in the room. Okay, you did a great job, and yeah, we could also go on with this forever. But let's just resume. How many of you were able to reach more or less the goal, or to get somewhere with the goal within these 5 minutes? Good. And maybe somebody can share the experience, somebody that was maybe a little unlucky with finding the correct person, or maybe everybody found the right one, but is there maybe somebody that was struggling? You were starting, yeah? How was it? Even when I'm talking? Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
So how did you feel approaching people that you knew but people that you didn't know? Was it easy for you, or you were thinking like, how do I do it?
Maybe you can share your thoughts. Yes, you.
Actually, this is my first time doing something like this, so I didn't really know how to approach it. And it was a bit uncomfortable for me, but at the end, I tried to follow through it, even though I didn't really know what I was doing.
I was the same when I was young. I went to a big event and I felt like, oh my goodness, all these people. And that's why I really can motivate you. Just give it a try. You can even start talking to strangers, no? But I was the same. Can you imagine? I was the same.
Yeah, I would say
Nowadays,
it's
I
something
talk to everybody.
The more you do, you get more comfortable with. Once
Yeah.
you face it, it's like, okay, today I will speak to 3 people. And from outside, you always think that everyone knows what they're doing, and you're the only one that doesn't have a clue. But everyone is the same. It's just they have
Yeah.
practice more. So you can sometimes set a goal. Okay, today I will try to speak. At least now when you're a student. Then if you are as a sales representative of a real company, they will tell you,
Yeah.
okay, you have to reach and you have to speak to as many people.
Focus on the obstacles. Focus on the, sorry, that was.
Great advice.
Don't focus on the obstacles, focus on the path, you know? And if you're shy, don't tell yourself, I'm shy. Tell yourself, like, who can I talk to that I'm not, that does not give me the shyness, you know? How did you feel?
I'm normally a shy person, but in events like this, I think it has a chance, an opportunity to network and meet people that I might be able to work with in the future. So I make the most out of it.
Great, that's a good approach. Yeah.
I would be able to work with. Yeah. With my role. So
I think for me, I probably have the easiest job here because I'm a freelance travel writer, photographer, and I'm looking for new clients. So my job is basically journaling, like journalism, and it's basically just asking questions, being interested in the destinations, in the business. It's just
Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not. It's so good, yeah. Nice. Yes?
Goal of my role, I was listening to, finding reality as well, the right moment to end the conversation. Since I'm not really know those 5 minutes, I didn't talk to that many people, which I couldn't, and I feel like there should be like an optimal moment where we can like end the conversation and everything is so I think that's my challenge.
Yeah, that's correct. You know, because you can also overdo it when you're talking too much. Yeah. But you know, first exchange the cards maybe and then disappear and go on later. It depends how busy the people are.
Yeah. I think it's being polite, and sometimes you're stuck with someone, and there you see another person that suddenly treats like, I really wanna go and speak to this person, but I'm attached to this one. So it's about being natural. I'm sorry, it's very interesting, maybe later we can catch up, but I really need to speak to this other person. So sometimes it's just about being natural and that's it, and people understand.
Yes, one more question.
ITV, the Eventual Travel Fair, and here in Barcelona at the Smart Convention. Mostly it's actually very hard to connect with exhibitors because all they want is to sell, and if you have nothing to buy, then obviously the conversation will die. I think we have to also keep that in mind.
We've all been there. Sometimes the conversations die, yeah. It's really not easy. It's really not easy.
Us as students, the only thing we can do is be interested in what they have to say, but usually they don't want to talk to you.
Yeah.
Well, probably they go with their goals and they try to reach them and stick to them. So that's why I try to also mention that, okay, even though we have our goals, we never know. And if that's their way of doing business, there's nothing we can do. The only thing is we can try to start a conversation with them because maybe they might be interested in something that we share. And otherwise, it's okay, we move to another person and see who wants to establish conversations.
Obviously, we messed up a little because the time is done. I'm so sorry. I see 3 more hands. We could have a vibrant discussion. I see. Maybe in the breaks. I'm so sorry. Somehow it just went the way it went. We have this QR code and tips and tricks. If you want tips and tricks, print out. Just get you some, or I give you some. It's not mandatory. And I think we can actually go on to the next workshop.
We have to move, no?
We have to make you stay here, yeah.
Okay. So, maybe couple it there fast, no? Okay.
Okay, 5 for yes.
Does anybody have a question?
Like, for example, her project was with volunteer tourism, and I got a GMO thing. So I just said, okay, but I come from a place where there's a lot of volunteer tourism possibilities, so I can connect you. So sometimes it's also connecting someone within, I don't know if that's possible in small cases, but sometimes it's possible to connect even with people around.
Yeah, you can also have joint ventures with your competitors and learn from them, and sometimes maybe even you're full, and then you can hand over some work to them. Your competitors don't have to be your opponents. It's like in the office, you know. I mean, let's have a peaceful, happy life instead of fighting against each other. Maybe create something together. Yeah, that's good. That's correct. Good idea. That's more fun. Yeah. Another question.
At some of these conferences, the problem that I faced a couple of times is that when you talk to a senior professional and you're just like, giving them your ideas or whatever, mostly they're like, after 2 minutes of conversation, they're like, oh, you're still young, explore your options, and so how do you deal with that problem? Like you are so serious about the shit that you're saying, the things that you're saying, and then they're just like, you're young, explore,
Insist. There's another psychology effect. People love to help. Say, you have to help me. I mean, it also depends on which culture you're acting in. But for example, in Europe, you can actually tell people, the person's like, I really need your help. I appreciate your work. I really need your help. And you will see a lot of people fall for it. And then let's say you're also charismatic and you actually have a good vita and you have a story to tell. They sometimes cannot resist. And people are like that. You give them a smile, they have to respond with a smile. But also the truth is sometimes they're just busy. They're looking for the big fish and you just don't care about it. Don't let anybody get you down. Go to the next person.
Don't take it personal. I would say.
Don't take it personal, yeah.
No one that maybe today you don't reach anything that you wanted, but next time
She remembers you for whatever reason, and
No means yes later. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're awesome. All the best for you. See you later. Have a good one. Thank you.
Okay, we got women. So that's going to be Nuria and speak all. Did you? So let's start with.
So first is the video. No, but not Natalia.
No, it's Natalia. It is Natalia. She's going to video for 7 minutes.
What is your position of the human?
Hold on. I got her. I got you. Natalia. She is the Director of Innovation, Education, and Investment.
Okay, perfect. And then is here.
Yeah.
And then they have Yola and Yuri.
Yeah, I think we're on time. But they're coming, right? They're coming? Yona and Nuria. Great.
Yeah, it's just here on the
Yeah,
left.
of course. To the left, yeah.
Okay.
So they're coming from the black room. I can go grab them if you like.
But they should be on their way. But yeah, if you want.
Yeah. They were here.
workshop. We would like to start off with a video from Natalia Bayona, and she's the Director of Innovation, Education, and Investments Department of the UNWTO. And she couldn't make it today with us, but she sent us a video. So we will start with this first, and then the speakers will introduce themselves, and we'll move over to the workshop. So enjoy.
It's an amazing experience to be here today with you, celebrating education, innovation, and of course, investments in the tourism sector. As you know, tourism is the top employer of women and youth. Nonetheless, 50% of youth working in tourism only have secondary skills. On the other hand, all the women working in this amazing human economic sector has a lot of challenges because, of course, when it comes to the pyramid, the economic pyramid, most of the women working in tourism are on the basis. Our challenge, of course, is to help them to grow and to, of course, become the top and future leaders in this economic sector. Today, I have to tell you something that is really spectacular. Why education, entrepreneurship, innovation have to be together. First of all, I have to say that when we have done inside the UNWTO startup competitions and, of course, innovation challenges, more than 35% of the startups that are competing in our challenges are led by women. That's very important to us. Why? Because when you are talking about gender equality, about minding all those gaps and gender gaps that we have inside tourism, I can say that working on entrepreneurship, helping women to become engineers and to become into coding, data science, digital marketing, and of course, working on deep technologies as artificial intelligence, big data analytics, among others, is part of the solution if we want, of course, a more women-empowered sector. I have to say that, of course, we have been working together since 3.5 years ago with women. I have to say that, of course, we have done a lot of initiatives in order to empower women as part of this innovation path. First of all, I have to say that when it comes to regions, we have done an innovation forum and challenge focused on women empowerment in Africa. And of course, we bring top innovators from all around the world to Kofi Annan Foundation Center to train them, to help them in order to improve their skills and their business plans. Second of all, when it comes to innovation, I have to tell you something that was spectacular and that happened last year. We decided to create a pilot project, the first Spanish rural tourism startup competition, and guess what? More than 50% of the rural entrepreneurs were women. More than 50%, of course, of the startups working on rural development, on helping rural areas and more vulnerable areas to create new business and to join agriculture with tourism were led by women. So of course the winners were two exciting Spanish women working with the use of augmented reality in order to promote differently those rural areas that are really difficult to promote in a normal way or in a normal marketing basis. On the other hand, the other winner was in charge of social impact projects. So of course, giving assistance to rural areas in order to help them to export their goods, their, of course, beautiful gastronomy, their tourism path and tourism routes is part of the journey. When I come to America, of course, I have to say that social impact has to be part, because social impact is in our blood, in the DNA of a woman. It is to give back to society is part of our DNA. So of course, we have from the global startup competition focused on sustainable development goals, we had a lot of women working, of course, on developing better the tourism sector, so to avoid plastics, to help on climate change solutions in order to be a more responsible sector, among others. Once again, I have to say that being a woman have helped me, and being young, of course, have helped me to improve and to lead this message all around the world by working in the UN system. And today, that you have the opportunity to lead by example, this is the beginning of a new professional path that you have. So, of course, working together to promote more women empowerment, to promote more deep technologies, to promote sustainability, to promote innovation is part of this new game, is part of the challenge, is part of this new adventure where, by far, working together will help us to improve and to create a new touristic business model full, of course, of women ideas and of women empowerment and, of course, of different solutions changing the way we travel. This is our sector, this is your sector, so this is time, you know, to stand up and to take the lead, to change the way we were traveling before, to become more conscious, more responsible, and of course, using the power of technology to become an entrepreneur. Today, you are ending your academic journey, but it's the start of a new venture, of your venture. It doesn't matter if you want to come and work in the public sector for tourism, or if you want to go into a corporate, a tour operator, an airline, a travel agency, or if you want to become an entrepreneur by heart and you decide to create a startup. Whatever you do, I know that in your DNA you will need, of course, to empower more the different solutions that the tourism sector can bring, and of course, the way we women together can build in order to have a more resilient, innovative, and sustainable sector. I want to thank all of you to be here today, and I would like to congratulate all of you on this journey and all my best on this new beginning. Thank you.
You know, squatting is one of the best skills in the world, so let's keep moving that movement. So based on the video that you guys saw, we have a question for you. We were wondering how many people like to go into the entrepreneurship world?
Wow.
Okay. Jesus, what a generation. And how many of you go into corporate? Or would like or dream about? Okay, all right. And research, PhD, you know, investigation? We have one brave there. Very good, very good. Nice. Well, it's really good to know that just because of the exercise that we are going to do today. So my name is Joanna. I work as a senior project manager at the University of Wageningen. We are building an immersive lab for data visualization, so augmented reality, virtual reality, anything regarding any 3D technology. And I'm from the court 2015-2017. It's super nice meeting you guys here today.
My name is Nuria Moedano. Can you listen? Yeah? It's okay, the sound? Yes. I'm Nuria Moedano. I'm the cohort 2009-2011. Currently, I am Sustainable Tourism Manager in a national park in the mainland in Spain, in the south. And yeah, it has been not easy to reach this point, but here we are, ready to do the workshop with you guys.
Yes, so what we learned is that on the previous workshop we've done, we were running out of time. So we will try to focus a bit more on the workshop side, just because we think that it's more dynamic, so then you can talk to each other more. But basically what I'm together with Nuria here is that you guys get a feeling of the job diversity that you have after the masters. It's not that when I finished the masters, I thought, okay, I can just work in a tourist office and then there's my limitation, what am I going to do with my life? But what you see is that there's so many things that you can actually do by mixing 3 main ingredients, and that's what we are going to present today, and of course touching the topic of women, entrepreneurship, and tourism. And by the end, we hope that you get a different idea and about a bit more of the insights that you would like to do in the near future.
Well, after watching the video from Natalia Bayona, we were also taking some ideas from this video related to our specialization as 2 women working in 2 sectors, 2 tourism industries, which are related directly also with sustainability and well-being of the people. Ioana in the technology sector, me in the community-based rural tourism. Some ideas came up after watching the video to us that we thought could motivate your inspiration in the future as entrepreneurs. Well, first of all, statistics says like the reality is that major workforce in tourism sector are women, but they also do say that not a lot of them are working in the technological side of this sector. Not a lot of them are working also in the rural sector, but it's very curious because we tend to focus sustainability on community-based tourism, and we directly make a relation, which is, okay, if I implement sustainable tourism, then directly there will be a woman empowerment. And this is not really happening. This is not a cause and effect relation. So we were just taking this idea in between and try to make a link together with what's important about entrepreneurship related with community-based, with technology, and with women, how we can make this connection. And we came up with 3 concepts.
Indeed. So basically, as just Nuria explained, I'm coming myself a bit more from the technology area. And what you see is that indeed, like there are 90% of the people I'm dealing with daily basis that they are men. But there's some reasons also behind them. We really try to also dig into it to speak about this gender and entrepreneurship. So what you see is that in these 3 main areas, and we have the human ones, which Nuria explained, there are a lot of women there. They study from the beginning. They studied and they spend their time just dedicating their life into it. But when you go into technology, there's only 25% of women going there. 25% they are going into coding, which really has an impact on the market afterwards to find actually not that many women. Same happens with finance. Finance is one of the most important areas where if you are going to make your idea, your entrepreneurship mindset, your new product, you have to think, is it viable? Am I going to earn money? We love the entrepreneurship side from the sustainability. We want to make a positive impact, but you are not going to keep your idea if you don't get some benefits out of it. And this is something, these 3 main areas need to be taken into account when you develop a new product. There is some gender differences, and we together, men and women, can save that. Like, it's not making a difference between gender itself, like, well, you are a woman, you are not going to be in the directory, but actually it's really the empowerment about the skills, and really studying the skills in coding, really get ready into these 3 main areas of innovation to position ourselves and bring new ideas there. So that's a message that we want to really cross, and we will go through some numbers now.
Well, I already mentioned that the majority of the women are the one, forming the tourism global workforce. However, they tend to get the lowest paid, and normally they take the lowest positions in companies mainly. But also, when we talk about community-based tourism, we are talking mainly about entrepreneurs which are family-run businesses, maybe companies, small companies, ecotourism, which are 1 or 2 people working for that. And normally when there is a woman involved, she gets unpaid sometimes. And this is also another reality that we can find in some reports from the UN WTO. Tourism has an important role in achieving sustainable goals for the Agenda 2030. And I think number 5 is related with empowering women. So we hope this is a room for, we found out there is a room for innovation, combining woman empowerment, technology, and rural destination or community base. So we hope we can inspire you with this workshop, and maybe, just maybe, you can find other job opportunities that you never thought about it before.
Yeah, indeed. So from the technology side, what you guys see now, especially with the crisis that we are running into it, is the fact that we need to come up with new virtualization concepts. We cannot bring sometimes physically people to do some certain experiences, but you are all having creative mind, and you are all having some ideas. And by using technology concepts, like just the connection of 3G, 4G, 5G, you can already enable some sort of business model behind that can empower even a local community, a full region, and even go abroad. So I would say don't forget about these concepts, and also don't be afraid, because the only way to go through it is just ask your person next to you, hey, do you know about this? Do you know how to integrate it? And if not, then try to get the person involved without only focusing on one specific area. And what we see here is, like, for instance, yes, indeed, yeah, there are 25% of the IT jobs there held by women, 5% tech startups. These are numbers that is just a reality today, but I believe this is also changing. And just by seeing you guys really wanted to go into entrepreneurship, like some years ago, we were a bit more conservative at EMTM. We also wanted to work for Philips and corporations, Microsoft. But you see the shift, and that's also because of the technology advances that enable you to do much more than we could do before. So really our call to action, I really hope you really get the message. Don't be afraid, just use it, test it, and try to implement it in what you really want to work for. Bring it the sustainability in the rural areas and any other idea that basically you feel passionate about, because I would not waste 4 years of my life just working on something that maybe you don't feel passionate.
I'm not sure how many of you are coming from small villages or have a connection with small villages, because maybe your grandfather, your grandmother was living in a small village, but I'm coming from a small village. I'm really proud of that. I learned a lot from all people, but currently I'm also working with small villages. Some of them, they only have 100 inhabitants, which is quite hard to keep this sustainable. We were also changing some ideas about we tend to forget that sustainability has a lot of dimensions, and when we talk about entrepreneurship, what I found out in rural destinations is that, first of all, there aren't job opportunities. So if you want to get involved with sustainable tourism, then you better start your own company. But you have a lot of limitations, also a lot of opportunities. We found out this could be also an inspiration for you. Rural destinations are in the need of finding ways to survive. The truth is that most of the inhabitants are old people, and young people is leaving. So what's going to happen with these towns in, I don't know, I think if one day I'm a grandmother, I'm not sure I will be able to show the towns where I'm working to my family. So what should I do? What shall we do with that? Well, we have some questions for you.
Indeed. So what you see that the challenges here are, there are many, like training is one thing, right? Like there's a lack of training, especially in the rural areas where we need to empower them much more. And what you see is that the trends are also going back to the local economy, and they are even becoming hipster. So you see a lot of a big investment in technology to make these concepts very hipster, very attractive, and to empower ourselves. Then probably it might be related to the crisis as well that we went through, but this is a reality, and this is one of the challenges that we need to embrace. A challenge is never a problem. A challenge is also an opportunity. And if you guys go into the entrepreneurship mindset, every time you have a problem, and that yesterday Jama was saying that, love it. Oh, it's a problem. I can learn from it. I can turn it into something good. And what you see in the end is that in these rural areas, yeah, they can probably speak about 3G, and in the cities we speak about 5G, and they have probably even only Nokias, and they don't have any other type of technology. But there are ways to face that. And the first starting point is just acknowledging the challenge, and then make your network, make a plan, feasible plan where you can also earn some money, earn a living, and then try to accommodate these challenges. So long story short, we are going to go into a workshop, but before we go into that, just to make it a bit more dynamic, I give you 1 minute for one question, and then we can start a bit more the dynamic session because we have spoken enough. So, you guys have any sort of question, one single question that you want to make us before we go into the workshop? And if not, that will make me very disappointed, so I give you all the responsibility at the moment. Eh?
No questions?
No questions? No technology related, no ruler related, no money related?
No job opportunities related? Okay, there we go.
Okay, go for it.
I'm not sure I understood fully, but you mean like if I found this type of entrepreneurship mindset in the world? Yes.
And how was your experience dealing with it?
Well, the truth is, when you arrive, you know, you come with your expertise and your academic background related with sustainable tourism, and you want to do a lot of things. But suddenly, when you start, you find out there are basic needs that they don't have. So, for example, you have an action to take, which is like developing an intelligent destination. I was talking about that with Joanna, and you find out they don't even have internet in the visitor center, and they are noting down in a notebook the people who is visiting the visitor center. So this is also a challenge for entrepreneurs there, because if you want to open a, I don't know, ecotourism small company, then you need to know some information, you need to have some data, you need to know how many visitors are arriving to that destination so you can make your business plan. But I think we have easy solutions, like technology offer us very easy solutions that could be implemented, and it's our task to change this mindset, because normally in villages they are very close to new things. Not they are close, I think my feeling is that they are afraid of failing. Yeah.
Is that when you go to a rural community, how do you explain it to them that this cultural part and the preservation part and the environment part is as important as the economic part that you guys are bringing to your project? Because they are facing severe economic stresses in those communities. So they are looking at you as somebody who's able to give them some money or put some food on their table. So how do you make them understand that they have to also cater to the environmental and cultural aspect of sustainability to actually enjoy the economic part fully as well?
Well, I have two words for that. Heritage interpretation. Heritage interpretation. I would say when you understand how important is your culture and your nature and everything you have around you, when it's meaningful for yourself, you are able to tell others. What I think is that we need to tell the story in a different way. And now that I insist, because I believe it's true, I think we do have technologies also that can help us to tell the stories in a different way. And we can connect with people. So before connecting visitors to our rural destinations with technologies, you first have to connect the locals with their own destination if you want them to be ambassadors. Yeah. But I will dig a little bit more into heritage interpretation. To me, it's the only tool that will work.
Okay, last question before the workshop.
Reassures that authenticity of the place that you're in. you just make it, tweak it, and make it a little better with technology, right?
Yeah, so linked to that is that I need technology for doing participatory approaches in the destination, and you need to make people part of it. And new technologies are helping me right now to ask the people what do they want about the destination. Because there are, I don't know, 7, 8 towns in which you cannot really reach the people because they are busy opening their restaurant or their hotel, and sending them an email with a link, with a questionnaire, or with a dynamic in Zoom or things like that are very easy, but for a rural destination is a big thing and it can help you.
Do you mind if we first go for the workshop and then we, yeah? Perfect, because otherwise we know that we'll give time pressure. So here is a small exercise which needs fast thinking and all your energy, but we would like you to choose one of these 2 descriptions that you have here. And the aim of it is to use the 3 zones that we mentioned before. So we have the human, we have the technology, and the finance. Please don't forget about finance. So we need to make some sort of product, some sort of service, some sort of experience that is outside of the box. Use your creativity as much as you want to come up with some sort of product. So first, let's spend 1 minute choosing one of these 2 descriptions. By the way, you can work in groups of 2, so if that's nice, because it's nice for a nice dynamic. And then we will go into the questions. So we will have some questions for you as well. First of all, first just choose one of these 2 main descriptions, and then we go further. So 1 minute, you will see when it changes to 12:06, 07, then we go further.
What?
Excuse me? Oh, yes, of course. Sure. Luckily, it has a functionality for that. Yeah? We are all settled? We go next. Then, remember, focus on the 3 areas of innovation when you come up with this product, experience, service, whatever you come up with. And now it's really fast thinking. So we really want you guys to discuss for 5 minutes. So now it's 12:06. You have 5 minutes to really come up with some sort of product experience that you would like to provide based on those 2 descriptions, or one of the ones that you chose for. So just to let your creativity, just go for it. Would you like the description again? Yeah, sure. Yes.
See, taking picture of the descriptions. We didn't have a mobile phone in my cohort.
Taking notes is not cool anymore.
Technology.
You want to go to the toilet? Yeah.
Yesterday, I don't know who was it, who was saying, oh, your cohort, you didn't have WhatsApp. I was like, no, we didn't have WhatsApp, we didn't have Facebook group, we didn't have...
Airbnb, I think.
You just email or just go to the house and call
Yeah.
in and...
Click, yeah. No one rings the bell anymore at my place as well. It just takes it. Such a shame. So 12:11. No, 12:11.
I think I'm gonna have to walk and ask them how they're doing. And I'm just here.
7 minutos.
Okay, so ready? So hopefully we will come up with many innovative ideas and entrepreneurs here. Does any of you would like to share what you have been discussing with your mates?
Oh, I see a pointing there.
And we came up with this idea that we would be working for ourselves and we'll be working with the local community to see what their point of view, if they're willing to have technology on they look at this opportunity. That would be the first step. The second is we want to partner with phone providers or someone that can help us bring technology and 3G since that's like the core of the whole project. And maybe partner with them since we don't have any finances, we would partner with them. They could be even the part of the whole business, like they would have their share or something like that. And then third step would be training women that will be working in astronomy. So that's marketing. Yeah. For astronomy, we will teach them sanitization, and so sanitation and all that kind of stuff. And they already use the knowledge that they have, their contextual knowledge, and in addition to what we train them, they could have like a sustainable astronomy. And then for women that are willing to maybe do something digital, technology, marketing, we will teach them how to promote product, create content, and raise the awareness.
Nice.
Yeah, and the marketing phone provider, they can send a message to their subscribers, like there is a trend in this style, and you can have these packages or
Super. Fantastic. Thanks for that. Who wants to share more?
Over there. You said you raised your hand? Oh no, sorry, I thought so. It's a way to provoke.
Okay, we were discussing this on the same topic that maybe also add some more accounts around the vicinity and create a kind of cluster and a map around that. That could also be part of the promotion with Google Maps, offline maps where you know the trail of.
It's case number one.
Yeah. It's the biggest one. Also with the networking part, we were discussing corporate, we approach the CSR angle to get, like it's more of a cultural elevation for the town. So they see it as a potential CSR model rather than a revenue model. And for the education part, so this thing with the partnership with the close university in the area which works with the hospitality and gastronomy, we can empower the women in the area. So, yeah.
Nice. I think, yeah, very nice. I think we have time for one more before we wrap up. Sure.
Okay, so we chose the option number 2, and we're talking about the promotion of the accommodation services. However, we thought that we can promote the entire hunting tourism concept as a whole. So it's more of a more integrated solution for these women. And that is why we decided that with the human element, we can have a system, all three of us, we can have a system of like volunteerism, where people can come in who are aware with these technological solutions and they can, you know, make the communities more trained and more well equipped with all these things and how they can use it. Secondly, we will capitalize on gastronomy because it's hunting tourism, so we can have amazing stays, it can be exclusive and a restaurant which you can only find over there. And it's going to be priced really high because it's an exclusive product, so a lot of profit will be made from the restaurant. We also decided that we're going to promote selling meat in that area, which is also going to be very
good job, guys. Really good job. No, so I think maybe, yeah, Nuri and I would like to just say a couple of words before we close, so we have 1 minute more. One of the differences between this workshop and before is that I heard some words like profit and like revenue and costs. Please don't forget about this. Like really the finance part, if you guys can, you know, get some more in depth about it, there's no great idea without execution. And the fact that you can execute, but then you don't earn money, then it's going to be a nightmare of entrepreneurship. So if you really want to make this entrepreneurship really sexy, and then, oh, this is the lifestyle that I want to go for, think about money. I mean, well, I work in business development, so yeah, money is my cup of tea every day. But yeah, you should not forget. And of course, sustainability, it's important, and the only way to bring sustainability into the market is just by making sure you show to the rest that it's profitable. Maybe it's a hard lesson, but this is how my experience goes so far.
Yeah, I would say if you are thinking about entrepreneurship, well, to me, sometimes it's weird to talk about women empowerment, because I thought by this time we will not have to talk about this. And it was already fixed, but it seems there is a lot to do, especially in our sector, which is female-oriented too. So, yeah, I would say, to me, the word tourism is already meaning sustainability. I don't need to say sustainable tourism the whole time, but it seems we still have to say it, to stress out that sustainable tourism stands for this and that and that. So never forget that, and if you are going to be an entrepreneur, well, you have to find the balance between finance and following these dimensions of sustainability. Be brave, don't be afraid, try to explore other fields of study, and well, just get out of the box. Sometimes you need to do something new just to be something different from what it exists in already. So get ready for the party. Being an entrepreneur is not very easy, but it's so much fun, and you are your own boss, which is really valuable too.
Good luck.
We should take a picture like this with them.
Oh, yeah.
Selfie.
Oh, can we take a picture?
We have a request.
Can we take a picture? Don't move. That will be, how are we going to do that?
Yeah, selfie like this.
Oh, yeah,
so
but
they are there and we are here or something. I don't know how to do it, but we'll try.
Yeah, okay.
I feel in the safe side is Joanna is here. So
yeah. Okay, let's see how we're going to do this. Do I see Jesus here? Martin? Yay. And now the move, because now we want a proper one as well with you. Yes. Do you mind if I put this on LinkedIn?
No.
I'm asking permission. Super, nice.
We have their contact.
Sure.
You're welcome.
Don't forget to do squats.
Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining. I hope you still have leftovers of energy for the last workshop. Before I start, I want to thank the organizers of this event and the EMTM Partner Chapter for organizing and for inviting me to be here with you. I'm very excited to speak to you graduates and the EMTM generation that just arrived, and of course the alumni and other staff. We are going to focus in this workshop on digital skills for online entrepreneurs. I will start with a microphone. Which one? This one? This one? Yes. Okay. But I'm a bit in my way. Maybe you can come focused on digital skills for tourism entrepreneurs. I will start it with sharing shortly my story, starting a company while I was on the EMTM experience, and Rowena will take it afterwards to a more interactive workshop. So the outline for this talk, I will start with a short background, personal and professional, about myself. And then I will share my EMTM journey and how it initiated and supported also a parallel journey, my professional journey throughout the EMTM experience. I will then finish with 5 pieces of advice that I have to share with you and I hope can be valuable and interesting for you. So a short background, my name is Jonathan. I am 34 years old from Tel Aviv, Israel. I joined EMTM 4 years ago, so generation of 2017-2019, sorry. And my background prior to my EMTM was technology oriented. So I worked as online marketing manager and doing data analysis for different companies in Tel Aviv. This is easier. Why am I here? So I'll share with you the story of Simple Profit. Simple Profit is a company that we started, my partners and I, 3 years ago. So while I was on the EMTM experience, we are a team of 5 employees. We currently work with over 150 hotels, mostly in Israel, but in 3 other countries. What we do is to provide technologies to hotels, and our focus, our mission is to help them to increase direct reservations. So getting people to book directly on their website instead of booking through online travel agencies such as booking.com, and by doing so to improve their economic sustainability. So when I was thinking where to start this story, where my journey begins, I was instinctively thinking of my email from Chavi telling me that I was accepted to the program. I still remember how excited I was, and I guess many of you can relate. However, when I was looking for this email, I realized that actually my journey begins with the previous, with the first email from Chavi telling me that actually I was not awarded a scholarship, and that if I would like to apply for EMTM, I will have to be a self-funded student. So at that moment I realized that if I wanted to do the EMTM experience, and I knew that I wanted, I would have to also find a job online. And so when I was accepted, I told my friends and my family that I'm going for this experience, and I also told them that I'm looking for an online job. And in Kolding, where my EMTM journey started, our EMTM journey started, I also started a new professional journey, and through family and friends, I managed to get the first 2 clients. I was doing for them back then only online marketing, and it happened that one of them was a hotel, so related with the program in a way. And then moving to second semester to Ljubljana, so as we were able to move forward with the program, feeling more comfortable with what's going on with the EMTM, moving forward with the connections with our friends, moving forward understanding better the tourism industry, I was also moving forward my freelancer projects. I got more projects, and specifically with the hotel I was working, I went through a much bigger process. So what started as only online marketing became by that time we completely renovated the website, we changed the booking system, and we did more marketing activities. The peak for me for this semester, and also the moment where both of my journeys merged, was in ITB Berlin, where I could walk around completing my obligations as a student, but also being an official representative of the hotel, meeting with many technology providers, and going much deeper into this project and understanding of the hotel's technology. And so in Girona, as you, the generation that just arrived, will start to hear very soon, you will be advised to start and find your focus. What was it that was interesting for you so far, and what is the subject that you would like to focus on for your thesis? And this has guided me to also do a similar process with my professional path, to reflect on what I was doing so far. And with the ITB experience, it was a very exciting and a top experience for me. I realized that what I want to do is work with hotels. So at that time, together with a friend in Israel, we started to offer this service, helping hotels to also hotels in Israel, and we managed to get the first client in Israel. And so for the last part, for what is we do in EMTM, the last part is writing the thesis, right? So we implement everything that we learned throughout this process, and a similar process I was doing also in my professional journey. So at that time, we brought together everything that we learned throughout this process, and also the different people that I collaborated with, and we actually formed a company. Here is my partner and I in one of the events. And basically what we did was to implement what I learned in the first hotel working with in coding and throughout this process to more and more hotels. This is what we still do today with over 150 hotels. So this was my story, but I didn't come here to talk about myself. I came here to share with you some advices and tips and what I think would be interesting and valuable for you. So the first one is to find a starting point. For me, my starting point was online marketing. This was my skill that I could use and bring value with online. But there are many skills today. You can do content writing, you can do photography, you can teach online. There are many skills. You have to try to find what is the starting point where you can really bring value to other people online. And then when you do find the starting point, I suggest working on several projects. Because when you work on several projects, you get a wider perspective and better understanding of what you are doing, and you also are able to compare and to identify what is it that you like more and where do you feel that you bring more value to people. When you work on several projects, you will develop different digital skills of collaboration and networking. And then over-deliver. So I really believe that in the beginning of your journey, of your career, every project is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to learn more, and it's an opportunity to signal to the people that you work with, to your network, even to signal to the world that you are serious, that you are aiming to the top, and that you are someone that they would like to work with in the future. An important skill here to learn is how to learn by yourself, because many of the things that we did, we had to learn by ourselves how we do them, and we have everything online today. And then choose your focus, because you cannot work on several different projects and over-deliver on all of them and become an expert in a wide range of things. In today's world, you have to choose your niche, and if you want to be an expert, you have to find the focus and go for it. And then last, but definitely not least, is to form a team. And by that I mean not only the people who sit next to you on the table every morning, but also to find your mentors, find your advisors. I can share from my experience that every step, from the very first one in finding the first hotel, through every major step in the journey, and of course from also moving forward with the business from now, we do it as a team. Nothing was done with only one person, it's a teamwork. And so, to finish, I would like first of all to thank you for listening. I hope you could find at least an interesting thought here for yourself. And I encourage you to not only practice your digital skills, but also your in-person skills. I would be more than happy to
first come into the room, everything I do, hopefully, is a lesson in how to present as well today. I've keynoted at the European Parliament. I've extensive presenting experience. So I sat there so I could see Jonathan, and I don't know if you noticed, but I was watching all your expressions. Okay, but that's a luxury for me because in the virtual world, in this hybrid model that's coming out of the pandemic, we can't do that, can we? There's like with this amount of people on a Zoom call, would I be able to check in? No. Okay? So picking up on the question earlier on the online events, I wouldn't be, for an intimate session, I wouldn't be even doing this size number. I'd be capping it at 10 so I could watch all your faces. Okay, so there's a little tip for you there. Alright, so I'm Rowena Hennigan. I don't know if this clicker is going to work very well for me. This works. Oh, it does slowly. I like to move around a lot, so I'm feeling a bit restrictive, so bear with me. You can, I normally as well in the other sessions have had something to write on. So you can follow me on LinkedIn, you can go to #RowRemote if you want to follow my updates. I'm really excited, as I said, to be here. Some quick facts. I've been working remotely since 2007. In 2007, for 2 years, I was based in Southeast Asia as a nomad, traveling between Thailand, Indonesia, and Malaysia. Over those 2 years, I have family still based in Bali, in Indonesia. I'm a university lecturer at the faculty with TU Dublin. I've been fully remote for 4 years with them since I left Ireland. I'm a solopreneur. Google it if you don't know what that means. I'm not a startup founder. I'm nearly 50. I don't want funding. I don't want stress. So I'm building my 2 brands using a freelancer cloud model. Okay, so that's something that maybe, and that's why I could answer a couple of things earlier. I've lived in 12 countries, 60 plus visited. I've been vegetarian for 36 years. That's my contribution to the planet. I present regularly on the links between the SDGs and remote work. Look at them and listen to some of what I'm going to tell you today. You can map lots of them, okay, to it, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here today to try and give you an interactive way of thinking about digital skills, give you some models, give you some information and inspiration, hopefully. So that's going to involve you meeting me halfway. That's going to involve you, as we would say in the virtual world, creating a temporary learning agreement with me, or joining in my plan. Who's game? Come on, I want to see those hands. Who wants to do it? Yeah? Who really wants to do it? Okay, great. So, we've got the 21st century yourself, on your own experiences. Do you understand me? Okay, so if you can communicate with yourself and write it down, can you communicate better with others? Hell yeah. Okay, so that is really important. And guess what? It's a massive theme in corporate industry at the moment. And I'm going to justify that in a moment. That is Alright, here we go. So, it's a massive, massive difference. And repetition and writing is a way of validating communication. In the other rooms, the only thing will tell you, I was writing quite a bit on the board. So I'm trying to fill that gap today, or in this session, because I don't have that. Look at what he's doing. Alright? And visual collaboration is a big area in remote and online. But also think of all these things. He can ask a question. He can show what he's written here to her to check it. They can discuss. Again, this all doesn't transfer seamlessly online. You need to think about the gaps. And when I work with groups, I make them sit with this picture or a similar one and come back with their feedback on it. Make sense? Alright? Then the next stage, I get them to map to something like Zoom, how they could make Zoom better or how they could make their session better, whatever it may be. Okay, so we've done our first exercise. Let's do our next one. Who's a good artist? Alright, so I would like you to check in with yourself and to draw me an emoji of how you're feeling. So grab your post-it and draw me an emoji of how you're feeling. Yeah. Okay. This is my emoji. I hope you can see it. It's a little bit nervous, with question marks on it, because I was nervous about being back in in-person sessions after 2 years not doing it. And I was questioning whether it was going to work, whether I would do it well. Okay? Also, I couldn't control the 3 rooms. Interesting. Gosh, I can control the Zoom room. I know it inside out. Okay? So in fact, in-person events can be more challenging when you're moving around as well. Okay? So I'm going to invite a couple of people. Who has a good emoji? Does anyone want to share their emoji? Yeah, will you stand up? Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to move down so I can see it. Oh, it's a kind of emoji that's kind of like, ooh, I'm happy, yeah. And underneath, you've already done what I was going to ask you next to do. It says, #blissful. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So, oh, we've got lots of artists in this group. Oh, that's so nice. That's a better than emoji. You are an artist. Wonderful. Am I interpreting this okay? It seems like you're happy? Yes? Okay. Content? Happy? Yeah? So if I wanted to confirm that with you, I could ask you to write underneath it a word. Okay? Thank you so much. Thank you. And you have the last one. Let's have a look. Ooh, have you got lots of things going on in your head? What's the hand for? Oh, very, very nice. Okay. Why am I doing this? We tap into our creativity through drawing. Research also shows we even tap into our creativity a little bit when we're picking a GIF or we're picking an emoji. Does that make sense? That we're looking for what captures how we feel. So we might use 2 or 3 together with a GIF, for example. Okay? But we might want to add other things. We might want to ask questions. We might want to add blissful underneath or in brackets. And we also have to maybe repeat it. One of the biggest issues I see in digital skills is the lack of understanding on repetition. So I can show you an emoji that says, I'm nervous, and I'm questioning. I can write under it, I can say it, I can express it, looking at the different ways of repeating it. Make sense? Look at using chat, look at using another image to validate it. And then validating understanding. So I did that with most of the 3 volunteers. Okay, and this is the language of symbols and instant messaging tools. And it's a massive area that's underrated by many, many people. But when we write and we use these tools, we're moving to validation and we're moving to commitment. Okay? We're moving to validation and we're moving to commitment. So what do I mean by that? I'll be giving you this deck. That's my commitment in writing to give you all the information I'm sharing with you. Okay? If I just stood up here without anything, if the computer failed, whatever, I would still try afterwards to give you that digital copy so that you can check out the links, you can check out the research, etc. So writing and written communication leads to commitment. Documentation in teams and in organization leads to better processes and supports effective collaboration. So, if you don't believe me, check out Mr. Chris Hurd. In the corporate world, he has predicted one of the key things for digital skills is written over spoken, and that most remote successful team members and remote teams being built in companies will need great writers. Okay? So if you're going to be great at anything, you need feedback on it, you need reflective practice on it, you need a mentor, you need to constantly question in a lifelong learning way, how am I doing this? Could I do it better? You need to read back over what you've written previously, possibly. And what Jonathan has done is a reflective process on his journey with EMTM. We've enjoyed that today. We've learned his insights, we've learned his story, we've learned how, and you've gotten your 5 tips. Could you take those 5 tips, write them in a book, and start to create your entrepreneurial plan? Does every paragraph you write, or the words you write, help you do your elevator pitch? Yeah. Like with Jonathan, his storytelling was beautiful. Did you notice? In Ireland we have a culture of storytelling. I hope you can tell that. And there's always a start, middle, and end. There's a summary. That's what Jonathan did really well. Are you going to do that? I strongly suggest thinking about reflective writing to start to support that. Okay? So, that writing practice will help you write yourself right. It'll help you understand, process, and reflect on your thoughts. And then, you can start ideally with pen and paper to have a practice of reflective writing. The neuroscience research shows that we process better through pen and paper. Our artist here, I'd say, do you do a lot of drawing? Yeah. I'm sure the artist in the room will validate how good that is for her balance, for her creativity, for her expression. I colour mandalas. It's my way of, with my daughter, it's my way of tapping into that as well as reflective writing. Right, so how do we reach consensus? We're going to play stand up, sit down again. Do you think writing is important in terms of becoming an online entrepreneur? Stand up for yes, sit down for no.
smile, or where we like doing something. So I think we can communicate in different ways. For instance, I hate writing. That does not make me a better entrepreneur, I think. So.
I think I heard you say, this is an exercise of active listening, that writing is not the only way to communicate. That in your day-to-day, in your experience, in your opinion, there are other ways of communicating, like using pictures, like choosing what you use to get the message across. Is that an accurate summary of what you said?
Yes.
Thank you. How could we capture that to the next level? Her response. Yeah, so can I write that back to you to make sure? So imagine I would send that back to you. I think you said, now I'm using writing. But now I think you said this, and you would validate. We want to capture who hasn't consensus, you agree to the consensus, and we haven't got consensus. It's not right or wrong. I'm demonstrating, gathering consensus, active listening, okay? Debating, right? But coming to a decision next. So could we extend that definition of writing is important to me, I'm an entrepreneur, to various forms of communication, including writing? Perfect. Do you all agree with that? We will go through the exercise again. We might do some active listening if there was any debate or discussion. We would record it. Now, how do we move to action? So we've gone from discussion, communication, to consensus, to decision-making, more or less, but we want to move to action. So in our new team, so you've just all joined my team, by the way, congratulations. And in our new team, we're going to write a policy called a communications charter in remote work, where we define and describe how we're going to communicate as a team. Okay? And we would go to the next step. So, how would we move that to action? Anyone? We're working on another project here now. How would we move it to action? Anyone have an answer on that? On this way, if we just move. Oh, sorry. Well, so we want to go from the communication to the want to move from the communication to the effective collaboration. We want to move to action collaboration. What's the difference? Anybody? Last 2-3 minutes, so stay with me. Yeah?
So communication can be one way. Effective collaboration is something that you actively communicate and do something together.
So yeah, very, very good. Yeah?
Yeah, just to follow up, it's reciprocal.
Reciprocal, two-way, or in a team. Yeah, yes?
Communication is more of like exchange of ideas, and effective collaboration is putting those into action.
Okay. Before you put them into action, have you described them? Have you created a process? Have you agreed who's responsible? Have you put in timelines? I know you did project management. Okay. So there was another comment there. I'll take it at the end. Well, sorry, I'm trying to do this. This is a way of project charting that's visual. You should know Trello. This is very common in the remote work world. Okay? But the piece that might be missing for you, and what is missing for many people, is there's a step before you get here, where you agree in a policy question. So, in 2007, when I was working digital nomadic, it was for fun. In 2014, my daughter in Dublin developed severe asthma. That's why we're in Spain, and I almost lost my career because she was so sick. And my two employers, including the university, let me work at night, they let me work flexibly, and I started researching remote work. And that's why it's my passion, because it kept me in the workforce as a woman, as a parent, and that's why it meets the needs for equality on the SDGs. So for me, because it enabled me to live. So that's why I'm so passionate about it, and that's why. Makes sense? Very personal though, but very different from, oh, I'll be a nomad on the beach to, oh my God, I've had 2 hours sleep. I can't focus and I need to do some work. Okay? And if you can remote work, then it becomes a lifesaver. Yeah?
How can you deal with sleep deprivation?
Sorry?
How can you deal with sleep deprivation when you have to be remote?
It's a really good question. I have a new audio book out on better breaks. It's balancing your working day, and it's why I did the exercise with you, to stretch your eyes. So most of my work for the last 2 years has been around well-being, balance, routine, because we're all overworking due to the pandemic, addicted to screens. So I deal with sleep deprivation because I still have it with an occasionally sick child by having a reserve. I can nap anywhere. But years ago I couldn't. Okay? So I have a set of tools, yeah, that help me deal with sleep deprivation. But also, what's more important? This is a question back to you. Health or work? I know my answer. So if I really need to sleep, I sleep. I'm not a brain surgeon. My clients can wait. Okay?
Just one more question.
Yeah, you come and ask me afterwards, yeah.
As a remote worker, how has COVID affected you?
The most challenging times of my career. Unreal. I cried so many times. For the first 4 months as I was that, I was working with the Irish government, the Irish Health Service, and I told the story earlier 6 weeks before that I almost stopped my business because I had no work, didn't have enough work. Suddenly I was super popular. So I tried to practice what I preach. I took lots of breaks. I cried with my husband at night because I was so exhausted and stressed. I was vulnerable. I put in supports. I put in alarms to walk away from the computer. I always walk outside of the building I'm working with in the morning. You know, so the pandemic reminded me that you have to have very good routines on well-being. And the pandemic reminded me how important mentors are. Because if you ring a friend that knows you, they'll go, Rowena, you look so tired. Rowena, you're I can tell from your eyes, yeah, it's been a difficult week. Rowena, you know that if you get out every morning and walk, or if you go to do that yoga class online, or whatever you reflectively write, so your mentor will support you. So does that answer your question? Okay. Thank you so much.
And just to remind you that the last session will start at 2:15, and remember the COVID rules, so keep your distance, and so there's a lunchbox for everyone. So you take your lunchbox and then you can go to the table, and I inspire you to use your networking skills.
you.
Okay, now it's okay. So you did, okay, whatever you did, it worked.
Hello? Yeah.
So it has to be green.
Don't touch it now.
Yeah, I'm not looking at it.
Yep, you start. My mouse.
Tony.
So I have to touch
Hello?
the time to make
Yeah.
sure it's green?
Yeah.
Fucking A, okay. You didn't hear that. Didn't say it on the mic, right?
Shima.
Oh, of course, yeah.
This one is not collaborating. Ah, it's okay. I'll just move.
Additional chair. It's okay. This actually grabs you if you speak right here.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll grasp.
Just a minute before we start. Okay. Just let people arrive and we're checking as well because some people need to come still. Are we going to start with the video first that Lauren showed to us?
Okay.
So I'm going to show the
You
video.
want to let me not share?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
You
I'll
want it?
see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where's Stella? Yeah, no, it's you. I was
So many challenges.
The notes are at the back. Even the one? I'm wondering which slide I'm looking at.
Yeah. Okay, just do that. Okay, you can go shoot. I will do it. You open your camera and do a video.
Hello everyone. Hello, so this is our last panel. So I hope that you are all good, that you feel well, right? That you went to the bathroom, did all your things. So the important thing is that now we start the last panel and
It's this one.
there, exactly. So we have a video first, and then Magdalena will take her role as the moderator. Okay? Thank you.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the session Future Tourism Trends. My name is Lauren Kana-Chen, and I graduated EMTM in 2018, part of the 2016-2018 cohort. And it's a pleasure and joy to welcome you to this session and to open the session for us. I'm currently based in Kamikatsu, Japan, also known as the first zero waste village in Japan. I co-created an educational tourism program called Ino over a year ago, and it's provided me a lot of insight on what the future of tourism can and might look like. The kind of program we provide is a tourism experience that focuses on slower and more immersive travel. Ino means let's go home in the local dialect. And with that, we want participants to have a space that they feel at home in, to explore, reflect, and through experience, learn about zero waste and sustainability through and in the local community. Really, as one of the most powerful economic and social forces, tourism can contribute to the role of preserving heritage, culture, and identity. But I also realize that tourism is linked to the potential destruction and exploitation of those very same assets. This session is about the future of tourism, and for me, I can't help but link the future with the imminent need to address the climate crisis and the growing importance of integrating sustainable, responsible tourism. This rising tide of social concern about the quality of our natural environment and the effects of tourism on local communities or destinations is apparent now more than ever. As a tourism industry, including aviation, transport, consumption of goods and services, is responsible for a sizable percentage of global emissions in the world, I see the need to provide information about decarbonizing the tourism sector, for example. It's not possible to continue with a business-as-usual attitude if we hope to limit the rise of global temperatures. I believe it's our collective responsibility to promote and provide this education. I hope this is an exciting and insightful session that inspires us to be better stewards of the planet and think about how we can shape the future of this industry. Thank you so much and enjoy!
Yeah, I can scroll.
Okay.
Well, hi everybody again. I hope you had a great lunch break. And can we just take a few minutes to just recognize the effort of the organizing team today, because they're going through a lot of technological issues. And speaking from experience, that's a real life situation which happens all the time, and it's good to go through all these jitters that you have and panics and all that. So thank you everybody, you're doing an amazing job. I'm really happy to be stepping out of the speaker role and into the moderator role. For the last panel today, we have amazing speakers, starting with Alessandro, who is doing some interesting ventures and has a lot of years with entrepreneurship and has a lot of experience there. And Francisca, who is doing strategic and sustainable tourism consultancy for a number of years, so we'll hear more about that. And Jeffrey, who is working on data protection and much before GDPR made it cool. So just give it over to the panel, starting with Alessandro, so please.
Do you hear me well? Wonderful. Hi there, everyone. It's Alessandro. I'm one of the generation 2016-2018. Very happy to be back. So just a few words about me and maybe tell you a little bit the story of what happened kind of during and after EMTM. I've been, let's say, entrepreneur since very young age. I founded my first company that is called Suppressures, like kind of an Airbnb for food restaurants. Back when I was doing the bachelor, then somehow that didn't really went well. And after different experiences, I moved into like the EMTM, and just during the Danish semester, I met my co-founder that it was starting this new business on vertical farming. So this company is called Exagro, and what we do is that we develop technology to grow vertically indoors so that we can grow sustainably and especially without any kind of issues related to climate change and weather unpredictability at the time. I think one of the main things that made me realize how important that was definitely for me in my life was during the beginning semester where we went to class of stuff like both sides. She basically told us was probably you have read a few weeks ago from the late climate change. It's unfortunately late, we were already already. So the key now
Yeah? Okay. Thanks. So I'm Francisca. I'm from generation 1315. And I did my underdegree in Bremen. And I think there first my interest came for destination development and also international cooperation, because I did my first Erasmus, or like, was not Erasmus, but exchange to Costa Rica. And this kind of built the first step to go to Nicaragua, where I worked for 1.5 years before EMTM in international cooperation and destination development. And it showed me the kind of the beauty of it, but also the challenge of it, working in destination in very difficult circumstances, being it politically, but also economically, social, cultural, etc. So kind of this was the first step on it, and I was also always keen on building on that and kind of getting further into that. So I finished EMTM and want to focus further on destination development. Can you go further? So I wanted to get into consulting, but now you might ask yourself, well, consulting is such a big thing, and I didn't start right away. So I had a first step as a tour operator, and I kept on working on that. So I started in tourism consultancy on national or German projects mainly. And then step by step, I got into this international cooperation field. And now we are working in different countries, mainly in Africa, but also Central Asia and Southeast Asia, in, well, tourism development, being it marketing, being it capacity building, training and education. And I think in particular for education and capacity building, COVID kind of hit us hard, because we couldn't fly there anymore to actually implement training and education. So we kind of had to restructure our entire concept of capacity building, and we came up with this micro-learning courses, you know, like the language courses you do on your phone. And the same we did for capacity building in very short courses for 5 to 10 minutes, for example, hospitality and food and beverage. So, and via these courses, we could still facilitate these sessions, but online or via these courses at any place, at any time they want to have. So we could reach a broader audience. So this was kind of one of, I think also talking about trends and talking about entrepreneurial, I think this is one key element which we learned from the crisis. And besides that, tourism consulting has a broad field. These are just some parts of it, and all makes up a puzzle. And maybe to the next slide. Probably I'm not going to into that in detail. It's just too broad, but just to give you some ideas of what are benefits and what are challenges. Of course, you are kind of super flexible. You can choose. You can sometimes define your own projects to some certain extent, of course. And you are in contact with so many different stakeholders, so many different circumstances, which make it at the same time very difficult to adapt to it and to kind of take it. And at the same time, being freelance, you constantly work, and talking about work-life balance, you have to find this, but you're always on demand, because once you're on holiday, you still have to think about your next projects coming up. So it's kind of this, keeping the balance. But at the end, that's the way I've chosen it. And on it, it's bespoken, I don't want to change. So, that's
awesome. Thank you. I'm just passing on the mic literally.
Yep. Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Jeffrey. I work on data protection or data privacy. I guess to many of you that sounds very remote from tourism graduates, but I guess what is in common is that, well, Lauren talked about stewardship in her program, and it is the same not just in the environmental context, it's the same in the handling of personal data. I mean, we talk a lot about technology, information technology, and then that involves a lot of personal data. And what is important, what is at the core, is that people have trust at how data being used, how technology is being deployed. And something about, the concept of privacy is, plainly speaking, the desire to be left alone. Computing was quite different. This photo was actually taken from the National Computing Museum in the UK. That's the tool that Alan Turing used. And then something also historical. I mean, what was the medieval big data project? I mean, Doomsday Book was one. However, I mean, modern computing means it is a lot different. I mean, there's a fear of big brothers, and then data protection, data privacy is increasingly recognized as a fundamental right. And then, how is data protection relevant to tourism? It is relevant in a way that's because, I mean, every company, government body, DMO, I mean, they are data users when they deal with people. When you collect, like, your contacts, I mean, they are all personal data. And that's why, I mean, it is relevant, basically, to everyone. And we are all data subjects, of course. And then some examples, I mean, negative examples of what happened when it goes wrong. I mean, some of the most heaviest fines, unfortunately, in Europe, I mean, were handed down on British Airways and Marriott hotels. I mean, need not introducing because, I mean, they have poor cybersecurity practices. And it's not just about security, it's also about data ethics. I mean, about how to make ethical decisions in your business operation. I mean, H&M, a retail big name, I mean, they were found to engage in invasive surveillance over their staff, and then they were heavily fined, criticized by the Hamburg Data Protection Authority. And that's why it means that, I mean, there are some emerging opportunities. I mean, it is quite a difficult job market at the moment, and so maybe data protection can present some opportunities that you may want to move into either within the tourism sector or outside, and because, I mean, there are lots of mobility and transferable skills. And then some key points about, I mean, how do, so if you were a tourism graduate, I mean, how do you move into such a role if you're interested? There are some key competences. I mean, moral compass, we can definitely utilize the research methodology we learned because a big part about data privacy is about validating, about challenging how things are being done. And then that involves, I mean, challenging the methodology, whether there's a sound methodology in some big data project, in artificial intelligence, does it cause discrimination, a lot of ethical questions to consider. And then, of course, stakeholder management is key. You need the buy-in from the different stakeholders so that, I mean, data privacy is respected. Project management, analytical mindset, and then in terms of academic background, I mean, it doesn't refer to you have to be major in this disciplines, but it's more about picking them up, I mean, from your maybe daily reading, I mean, so there are some suggestions about, I mean, what you need. And again, it's quite an open profession at the moment because it's still emerging, so professional qualification is not strictly required, it's not mandatory. So, I mean, if you happen to be in any tourism organization, try to look, I mean, if the data protection officer is looking for a data protection champion, so that, I mean, you gain some hands-on experience, and then maybe you will gain more interest and then see if there are opportunities to develop that further.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I don't know about you, but what I took from this, from their presentations is I want his product. I would have hired her if I had known her before, and I just took a course on GDPR, so yeah. So I would like to start a little discussion with them, but I want to welcome you to ask questions in the meantime. The idea is to be interactive, and right after lunch, that's super important, people. So giddy up, get your questions ready. So if anybody has a question, please.
Very good question. Well, all dimension of sustainability, which we all learned, but I think the key part, or in addition on that, is management, and collaboration in the very particular region. So, of course, we start with ecological sustainability, social, cultural, and economic, but then also in line with GSTC, I think Global Sustainable Tourism Standards, that you have to have a certain sustainable management could it be an entity? Could it be just an organization? So I think the entire concept is kind of taught. But of course, depending very much also on the project we have to kind of focus on it. But we try to kind of entire.
So are your requirements for public and private?
Well, I would say the target groups are both public and private. Clients are mainly public, or international corporation as such an entity, and then they would kind of, but mainly public because it's funding. So far, private companies are not willing to pay money to actually get consulting, or if so, very little money is paid. So for example, a hotel could be a big chain, then they buy their own hospitality. But in terms, because we are very much focused on destination development, so of course there is consultants for hospitality, yes, but we are more focused on destinations, and then it's the public sector.
Very interesting, thank you. I want to ask all of you, because you have one commonality, you're all alumni, well, we are all alumni, so how did EMTM actually help you reach your current heights? And maybe we can start with Alessandro.
Sure. So I guess I can use this one right now. Well, as I mentioned before, for sure, the Slovenian class on climate change has been a game changer, but probably the biggest thing is management of different difficult situations that we all lived in EMTM. We just had a huge conversation about it yesterday on the alumni kind of meetup, and the thing is, life is just a mess in whatever ways you want to see it, so you just embrace it, and you learn that there is always a solution. Maybe it's not the one that you hope at the beginning that was going to be the solution, but somehow you always figure it out, and I think that's what we all learned through the different experiences in the different semesters, locations, cultures, dealing with, for me it was also the first time dealing with Asian classmates, because I never had them, and I'm now working in like dealing with the Asian market, so for sure it helped me a little bit having a clue at least on that.
That's cool. Jeffrey, how about you?
Yeah, so I think in terms of both hard and soft skills, I mean, where I talked a little bit about the research methodology, I find that very useful to engage with my stakeholders. Yeah, so I mean, don't forget those classes you went to. And also, I guess in terms of cultural competence, it's very important. I mean, while the data protection principles, I mean, they are kind of universal, there are some subtle differences across cultures. So how privacy is seen here in Girona, in London, and then further away, I mean, there can be some subtle difference. So how I see it is that really to pay attention to that subtle difference, and then to respect really the inspirations of different people.
Yeah. More. Francisca?
Yeah, I can just add on that. I think life is a journey, and which is very, like, there are a lot of bends and curves, and you shouldn't see that not only the goal as the major objective which you want to achieve, but every single step you take and you do kind of adds on your experience, and it's a little goal which you have achieved because to get there. And I think the entire makes up a puzzle which kind of piles up in your experience and in your knowledge and in your human, like in your being.
Yeah, I can't agree more. I mean, everything you take, it just inspires you or touches you in different ways, and you end up the person you're currently, and that plays to your future self in a way. Any questions in the meantime? Yes, please.
Maybe your next step, like knowing all your aspirations, like the individual. How would you grow? How would you see yourself? 2, 4, 5 years?
Well, yeah, difficult one. So, who's closer to the mic?
I managed to survive through the pandemics with my company, so I guess now the biggest effort and the biggest goal should be like to literally grow it. There is a huge opportunity in general for everything that is technology, sustainability. I truly believe we're going to be in a post-World War II renaissance at some point. So, I mean, at least I'm positive, so I can sleep better at night. So there will be a ton of opportunity for that. So that's for sure like primary goal. And then who knows, maybe I'm gonna come back teaching in Girona again. Well, I mean, the thing is, when you're an entrepreneur and you literally like, you breathe and live entrepreneurship all day, you're just completely drawn into several projects because you just network and you get other people telling you, oh, there's a new thing. So for instance, like during the pandemic, in Italy where I'm based currently, we created like a completely crowdsourced managed group of young people in the digital world in Italy to support any way possibly that what we could do. And then from there we kind of spinned off around 10 or 50, like 10 or 20 projects. So that's also something that, you know, at some point you're going to find yourself not just with one company to deal with, but several ones. And yeah, so for the moment I do have primarily Exogrow because that's my primary focus and kind of income at some point, but I do have a couple of other companies / projects that are starting up as well in the meantime.
Very hard to tell because you can't predict really life. So I think the goal is just to keep your values and what you really, to be able to identify with the projects you're doing and implementing. And so far, well, I have to admit that sometimes projects or what we are doing is not always 100% sustainable. It's not only 100% what you are living for, but you have to make it for the sake of money. Sorry, but we have to like, and at some point maybe to have the more flexibility and to 100% do it out of passion. And maybe, yeah, even to say sometimes no to an offer.
Yeah, I would say a couple of different goals at different levels. I would say professionally is to really mature the operating model in data privacy. Well, in my company and then in the industries, I also take part in some industry meetings about that. And then maybe at some personal level, I mean, I have recently taken part in some interviews for some of the data protection roles. And then I can see that, I mean, there's a strong demand, but at the same time, I mean, there has to be a widening of candidate pool. So, I mean, I'm very keen on, I guess, to help anyone who is interested to think about, I mean, different career opportunities.
Okay, so speaking about that, because we have two entrepreneurs on the panel, is there entrepreneurship paths for data protection officers in the future? What do you think?
Well, there are actually a lot. So, I mean, there are lots of consultancies being sought after in data privacy, and at the same time, I mean, privacy by design is increasingly being stressed. I mean, like, let's say in EU, there's an AI regulations that will come into force at some point. And I think it's just a consensus that people are increasingly concerned about that. So privacy should be integrated, yeah, in tourism, in digital tourism.
Yeah, I can tell you from experience, we are undergoing as a company through a lot of leveling up the skills of everybody in the company. So everybody should be aware what's GDPR, what we are required to do by law. So it's, yeah, we need it. Go ahead, please. And then we'll have
What would you say is the starting point to being an entrepreneur? What really do you start with an idea? Do you start by filling a gap in the market?
Well, because I'm not my normal entrepreneur in terms of I have a product to sell or a product to develop, I think start with a lot of, well, passion and curiosity on a particular topic. At the same time, start to build your network very early with the people you would like to work on. Like, would it be an internship with certain people? Would it be whatever, just at ITB to get certain connections? And then sometimes if you have set up a connection, like whatever, 2 or 3 years ago, and it did not turn out well, and they just denied you, or they might remember you once they need you, or you knock on the door every half a year or every year. And I think, don't give up. I think that's the starting, and not the starting point, but I mean the message to go on further.
Yeah, Alessandra? Yeah, we have one. You want to add up to that? Or?
Well, definitely I would, first of all, I would say figure out which kind of entrepreneur you want to be, in the sense that entrepreneur is a big word, but then you can have a hotel, small hotel in a small location, and that's being an entrepreneur. You can also have a Google company and managing thousands of people, so that's very different and also in both sectors and the kind of style that you have in terms of entrepreneurship. But then the other thing is literally when you, I mean, I can talk for myself, so like having a tech company is about starting to breathe and live that lifestyle. So you get to know people that are into that sector, you find whatever ways that you can connect to them. You read books about this stuff. I mean, especially now, startups are becoming a big buzzword, so there are tons of blogs with the top 10 books to read and stuff. So there are some that are very bad, but there are also some that are literally like, I would say Bible for this kind of thing, so very good. And find people that are thinking the same, I would say. Try, it's not the same in the sense that they all think the same direction, but they want to do the same stuff. And try to find a team and then see what's coming out. I definitely didn't choose to start that company. While my first one was my own idea, this one is not mine. But for whatever reason, I just decided that I wanted to connect with this guy randomly on the internet, and I said, okay, you know what, if you need help, I can help you. I have the skills, you don't have them, so why not? And this all started.
So I don't know about you, but my takeaway is just don't be afraid to just fail even, because I think most people are afraid of starting just because they're afraid of failing rather soon. And it's better to fail sooner than later, so, right? Start, fail, and then do it again. Yeah, we had one more question.
I wanted to ask that how does the world of entrepreneurship look like, especially in the pandemic when people are very skeptical about putting their money anywhere, and maybe young entrepreneurs are having problems finding investments and stuff. So what is your take on it as the entrepreneurs in the world, in the tourism sector, and how it's going to be?
So definitely tourism has been hit, I mean, there's no doubt. There are many other sectors that actually got enormous funding because they were like, I don't know, in the healthcare sector or in the virtual reality or in general virtual stuff. So it's actually, in every crisis, that's where the biggest opportunities are coming, because you basically have many more problems to solve, and the more problems in a startup means more money because you're making more products. But in the tourism sector, I would say there's been companies that have got funded because they were doing alternative digital products. So that's one thing for sure. And anyway, we all know that travel is not going to stop. So companies that were working on some market segments that couldn't travel in that region or with their product, they pivoted and they did something else with another target segment that was probably more aligned. So it's going to continue somehow. The point is literally being very fluid, like liquid, like water. I mean, if there's a rock, the water doesn't stop. It just goes on the other side and it passes through anyway, right?
That's awesome. Any other questions? Maybe I can just throw a curveball question and ask you what's the number one trend each of you sees for the future? We can start maybe with Jeffrey.
Yeah, I think, I guess with digital transformation, it's really important to gain trust. I mean, so that people would get on board. I mean, because otherwise, I mean, what's the meaning and what's the purpose of technology transformation, technological transformation? So the trend I can see is that, I mean, there will be an ever importance and ever emphasis on what trust in how your personal data are being handled.
I think it's about becoming more resilient, not in terms of only terms of risk management and crisis management, but taking it as a broader philosophy in terms of being more flexible, being more transformative, being more adaptable. And this could be also for your personal point of view, but also for destinations, for businesses, whatever it is, because we will face more crisis, more pandemics, whatever it is. And I think that's kind of the key trend to become resilient in a broader perspective.
Can you move maybe to my slide of the 70s? So one thing that the current generation that is graduating knows, I hope they remember very good, is like the concept of exponentiality. So the real thing with technology is that it is going to grow and like be developed faster and faster, because literally the more technology we develop, the faster we are going to develop the next step of that technology, because we get more computing power, we get more skills, more knowledge about it, and so on. So if you understand these trends, so these are just a summary of the frameworks, but you can go read, if you're interested about it, you can read a ton of books about all of that. And if you understand these trends, you understand where it's going. You don't necessarily know where it's going to exactly be at some point in time, because then it would be just a prediction, and we all know predictions don't make sense. But if you understand that that's the direction, so for instance, my case is climate change is not stoppable, unfortunately. So how we're going to produce food? Well, there are limited technologies to actually solve this problem. So if you know that that's the direction, and you kind of try to be there, when the bus passes, then you know that that's your stop, right? And you take it.
Amazing. So we have just a few minutes left. And I want to actually ask you, each of you, if you can share what's your advice for the current generation that's graduating tomorrow and the ones that are just stepping in Girona this week. So what would you advise them? What should they do tomorrow to be successful in the future? So, yeah.
Who does want to start?
Yeah, how about Jeffrey?
Okay, sure. Well, so I have to admit I'm not an entrepreneur. I mean, I'm in a 9-to-5 job. I mean, 40 hours a week, that's what I'm in. Well, because it's after all really a personal choice. But yeah, I think it's try to reflect on what assets you have. I mean, what knowledge you have gained. I mean, sometimes it could be quite unconscious. So the sustainability knowledge that I've gained, I mean, has been quite useful in the workplace as well. I mean, so I'm also in the sustainability committee in the companies I work in. So I mean, there's a trend of ESG, the ESG agenda, environmental, social, and governance agenda is getting more and more important. Companies is being scrutinized. So I mean, there are new well, business and job opportunities there. I mean, I can see a lot of my friends are also joining that industry, and usually when it's an emerging industry, when it's an emerging job market, that means the opportunities are wider, is potentially more inclusive as well.
Wonderful. So Francisca, you have time to think now.
Well, for tomorrow, it's maybe just, probably you did so, identify your strength, but also what you don't like, and just put away what you don't like, and don't focus on that anymore. It could be a part of your experience so far, but further on, concentrate on your real strength and interests, because that makes you strong and that makes your passion, and build on that, and based on that, try to start networking, like find the right people and so on. I think that's a key, because that will be your path, and try to find, or have your vision, and try to set out a more like a basic roadmap, how to get there with some key.
For sure. Vision will help a lot. So don't underestimate it as something, just do it.
Well, for tomorrow, I guess best suggestion would be, guys, you need to party a lot because you're graduating and you deserve it because you've been through a mess of a EMTM generation, so definitely you deserve it. But anyway, the thing is, but we already discussed it, fortunately, when we had a little bit even more time to, like last year in November. The important thing for me that I really want to share is do what you love. It's always very easy to say, I know it. It's very hard to do in the practice. But if you're always struggling to understand is this the right thing to do? Like, try to wake up every morning for a week and say, if you're not jumping out of bed because you're really enjoying to do what you're doing, then don't do it, stop it. Because, I mean, you have studied a lot. Until now, you all have you're all gonna have a master. So you're capable people. It's not that you're uneducated or incapable of doing stuff that you want. So keep that motivation going, because if you're gonna start doing what you don't like, then your mindset is going to go into like depression mood or bad stuff and bad thinking, or even thinking you cannot do that or achieve that goal because you're not something, but it's not true. Like, your mind is very powerful, much more than what you think, and we all showed it probably during the COVID situation. We did stuff that we couldn't even imagine was doable. So just keep doing what you love, and if you didn't find it yet, just go ahead, move around, and somehow you will end up finding it at some point.
Thank you. So, in summary, find and do what you love, identify your strengths, and then find your hidden opportunities. And with that, I just want to thank our panel and hope you enjoyed it. Floor is yours.
Sorry. Do you hear me? I have a loud noise, so it's good. So I hope that you all had a great day and you really enjoyed the event as much as we really enjoyed organizing it for you. So first of all, just a quick introduction. You saw the event. It's organized by the PATA team, the first time ever that we organized the first chapter with PATA, with the PATA Association, Pacific Asia Tourism Association. And I had the opportunity to start working with the group since last 6 months. And it was definitely one of the great pleasures of having this space, safe space for them to just grow and do what they need and just facilitate the whole way for them to shine and work on their leadership capacities, to organize what they think is their need, and just facilitating the whole way. So this is all actually we did. The rest, they had the proactiveness, the goal, and all the willingness to do it. So it was all very smooth, very, very nice. And I want to take the advantage of this moment and invite the new cohort to see, because that would be a safer space, the same for you, for the next generation, for the whole year, for you to shine and have a safer space to just organize, network, and create a space for you to grow. So I think now more than ever we need this, to have this time, and then that will make it easier for you to go to the work, to the actual work, I believe. So I just wanted to recognize their effort, their work, and just let's give them a big applause.
And yeah, and we have a video, sorry. Thank you. And we have a video from Aletheia. She's the youth ambassador. I still remember 2 years ago having the talk with her. Didn't know how we can start the first student chapter, so we ended up having a lot of calls, but finally we made it after 1.5 years. So yeah, let's listen to her.
I'm Alethea. I am the Pacific Asia Travel Association's Youth Ambassador. I'm currently based in Singapore, and I'm very happy to be here with you today. But first off, I really just want to say congratulations! Congratulations on graduating during a pandemic and at the same time for kickstarting a PATA student chapter in the same year. You guys have been amazing and super productive. This is clearly a testament to your resilience, adaptability, and resourcefulness. Top qualities that any employer would want to hire for. So congratulations from the bottom of my heart. You guys, today is your day. You deserve it. Enjoy. I also want to take this opportunity to give special thanks to the PATA University of Girona EMTM student chapter for its efforts. Now, a student chapter is really a club that has a focus and is run by students for students. And honestly, the one thing that my international community of youth from around the world have in common with all the student chapters around the world and all the youths around the world is that we strongly believe our careers in the tourism industry can make a positive change for people, for the planet, and for profit. A lot of the times, we look at the huge problems that the tourism industry has, the problems that the youth, which are the future of tourism, are going to inherit. And so many times we feel super helpless, as if we can't do anything or change anything in response to these problems. So I'm here to say that that's not 100% true. And what's more, you don't need to be a superhero to make a difference. You don't need to be someone special. The message that I want to send to you today is where you currently are, as you currently are, is enough to make a positive change. And the PATA University of Girona EMTM student chapter is an excellent example of that. From the events that they have hosted, like the virtual event master thesis tip talk, to the collaboration that they've done across borders with the student chapter in Australia, leading the conversation for our international community on how tourism can transform communities. These are things that the PATA student chapter at the University of Girona have kickstarted, have really started leading the conversation and being those change makers in the areas that they are currently in, for example, the university and your local communities, to start these conversations and start taking action and start making a positive change. So of course, I'm here to congratulate you. I'm also here to invite the generation of students who aren't graduating today and have a few more years to go in your studying career to really consider taking part in the PATA student chapter at your university. It is a platform for you to give you leadership opportunities. It's a platform for you to take action. It's a platform for you to lead conversations for our international community on the topics that you care about. It is there for you to take advantage of. It is there to empower you. And I really invite you to join us today in making sure that your career in the tourism industry eventually leads to positive change. Today is the start. So once again, congratulations. You guys did it. You graduated. I'm so proud of you. All the way from Singapore, I send my heartfelt congratulations. I'm so happy for you from the bottom of my heart. So thank you very much for having me. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, pandemic, but maybe next year. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Goodbye.
Hello everyone again. Thank you so much. We're almost there, reaching the end of our great day.
Yeah, thank you Shima for your speech, and thank you our PATA ambassador for the video.
Yes, so I'm Stella Gonzalez, the chairperson. She's Cristina.
I'm Cristina, the vice chairperson of the student chapter, and we will speak a few minutes about our chapter and the outcomes of this semester.
So one of the first things to acknowledge, right, is that we started this chapter in February, in the middle of the pandemic. As you know, it's the semester where we are separated because we're doing their thesis. So starting the chapter in this semester was like a space, no, to stay connected, to collaborate.
Yeah, to communicate about not only about the chapter goals, but also keep in touch and talk about our struggles and our thesis journey.
Yes, definitely. So we are a total of 9 students with different interests, but that we managed to combine. Oh, sorry. Oh. Sorry.
It's all good.
So one of the things that we really need to say, there's a difference between the goals that we really wanted to achieve and that we actually managed to complete all of them. We planned a total of 3 events.
3, including this 4th.
This one is the 4th one. This is the big one.
And we had some informal meetings with alumni, giving us tips, helping us know the industry more, and a lot of fun.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of networking. And oh, you have them here. So Lucia, she's the one who presented a video in the first panel, and then you have Francisca. So it's like that. You try to contact the people based on your interests, and that's what we did. Additionally, while we did a lot of online events, different outcomes came out of this. For example, there was an opportunity that PATA is like an umbrella organization, and they have lots of PATA chapters around the world. So we managed to even do like a project with a chapter from Australia. But one of the big things is that in one of the events, I presented the chapter, and then I had a message from LinkedIn, and it was this, he's a leadership coach, and he offered us the opportunity to do a leadership coaching for free. So 6 of us took that, and it was an amazing opportunity because we managed to do individual meetings, but at the end we even had a graduation. Would you like to share about that?
Yeah, sure. Great. Actually, his name is Jonathan Lau. Let's acknowledge that too. So he's an acknowledged coach from Malaysia, and we had with him some sessions like as a chapter, but also individual ones, and he really helped us grow our skills and develop our leadership vision, and I think it was one of the best things that came up because of this chapter.
Also, we managed to talk to the SDU coaching service, so we had a lot of, we had 2 or 3 conversations with the SDU coach to learn how to manage the transition, right? Because we are graduating, and you get nervous about what's the next step. So things like this is things that really can come out from an experience that is based on your interest as a chapter. And something that I really talk to you all the time is about the feedback.
Yeah, we really learned how to ask from each other feedback and support each other, and also be open to get feedback and develop ourselves more, and this is something that is really great, guys.
Yes, thank you so much, because this chapter is the idea of putting maybe those things that you said, oh, I never did this during the master. Mm-hmm. So this is the space for you. If you're missing something, I personally, I was I really want to network more, how can I do it? The chapter really helped me. Why? Because I had a leadership position. Why? Because I was able to listen to them. They told me what they wanted to do, and we managed to find so many goals together that I always told them, take leadership positions. You can always bring this to your interviews. So we acknowledged all the interest, and we try our best. So the most important is that the next generation, the one that is here, mm-hmm. can take the legacy, if we can call it that way, and manage. You can manage to do your own things. Chima is the advisor, and she's in Girona, so she will start motivating you. I know you need to establish, you need to get the feeling of the classes, but once you're ready, let us know, and we can start transitioning our legacy to yours. And please, don't lose it. That's the thing.
Yeah, I don't have something more to add. I just say that we managed to take this chapter somewhere, so like you can take it and, I don't know, reach whatever goal you want. And we are always here to give you tips.
Yes, so definitely follow us online. You have the hashtags, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and really, thank you, guys. You did amazing. You can see we are all girls, and we have the king, Subhash. So thank you all, because you were always there. Thank you. You want to say something? No? Okay. So now we have a little bit of surprise moment.
Yes. So thank you again. So I organized a very small surprise for everybody, and together with the certificate from PATA and our certificate, so please, Estela. And we also need a group photo, so Cristina. Mafalda. Maria. Bernie. Yifan. Subhash. And I have to actually separately acknowledge a big effort, big effort that Suchi put into chapter, and it was impossible without her existence, so thank you. A big applause to her as well.
And of course, we cannot finish without saying thank you to Sara. She's the director of events. Thank you. And this one is for Shima. She was an advisor, and she was always very open to communication. She was always like, yeah, do how you want to do it. And we were like, yes. She was always very supportive.
Can we have a photo? Yes? Wonderful. Thank you. I give the last speech. Thank you, everybody. And of course, the last but of course not the least is Jaume, who was the one who brought the topic on the plate. So we really need to thank him. Like, big applause first for him, and then please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know what to say. I was told that I have to make it short, and that's so difficult for me. So that's a problem, really, but I love problems, you know, so I will manage, I hope, yeah. Thank you so much, everyone, for this beautiful day, where we can see the generosity of each of us, each of you, with each other. I think it's a good example of what is a learning event which is meant to be a collective learning, and that's the most important thing. Obviously, some people have, let's say, contributed more. They were invited to share specific experiences and so on, but even they invited us also to collaborate, to participate, to ask questions and to share. And I think the value of events like this, obviously, is networking, is getting closer to people, and we especially value that after last year's problematic situation we had to go through. And, but this is one part of my message. I wanted to emphasize that events like this are to give and to receive, to be open and to share, and not to measure, not to judge, just to enjoy, affirm the moment, and I think that's very important. This is an event that we introduced in this evolving, program which we call EMTM, that started very long ago, 2007, and that I would say this is a very important moment for me, who have been from the very beginning. I think in the room there are only 2 people that have been since the very first day. I think it's my colleague Iana and me. Okay, yeah. All the others were added after, and that means nothing. It just happened to be like that, right? So we are still here, and maybe in the future someone else will be. But the important thing is that we feel we can share the space and the time with all of you. You must really not take this for granted, but for us it's beautiful to have now all of you guys, alumni, with us these couple of days. Last night we shared some nice time together, and I also felt that you feel the same, and it's like, like seeing your older or younger brother again after a while. And this spirit of companionship, I think it's one of the marks and of the added values that a program like this can bring to all of us. So that's it. So in this evolution, there was one year where we realized that it's not so easy to create a program where 3 universities break borders in order to create a sort of a new creature, if you want, a different species. It's not as complicated. So we all have made it. You have been part of this making. We have been part of this making, because there's no one maker. The maker is the process of making itself. And one of the most difficult things in general of higher education institutions traditionally, and I would say the industry as well, is a long-standing wall between industry and academia or education. And that wall is very tall, very strong, and there are no canons yet that can really break them. So EMTM is an experiment into one of these canons to break this wall. So we wanted to start small. We did organized our first industry day. It was only me part-time and Judith, and we did whatever we could. Obviously had nothing to do with this beautiful event that you organized today. It was garage band style, if you want, right? But we started, and that's what I believe in the spirit of an entrepreneurship. You have to start to walk before you know how to walk. Otherwise, you will still be a baby crawling on the floor. So we did that year after year. We continued that because we all saw value in this. But now we have seen this opportunity to really hand the organization of this event into, our partners in the project, which in this case were the, let's call it, students that were here with us last year. And they took the challenge to do that. I very much appreciate that you did it, that you put the effort. And handing in means, and you can say it, it means that there was no interference at all from our side. Actually, I didn't intervene in any of the meetings. I was supposed to intervene in one, and I felt sick that day. Normally, I'm sick 2 days a year, and one of those was just that particular one. But this is an example of what I also said yesterday when I welcomed the new cohort. We have to make it together. If we make things together, we can do so many things. 2 hands can do a little bit, but 72 hands can do a lot. right? So look at what happened when instead of 2 part-time people working on a project, we have 10, 9 people, also part-time, but really working on a project with the energy that people, that is, you know, moving forward into leadership positions, into learning, into training, and so on, in a safe environment, because we are behind. So I think this event in itself, as we saw it today, is a good example of how we can start to break these walls of the dualities between student and teacher, between industry and education, between guest and host, and between anything. We need to think in a world that is more and more immanent. Hierarchies are there, but actually are fictitious. So we need to work all at the same plane. And this is not so easy because we are trained in a totally different perspective. But if EMTM is something, and at least it's an experiment into difference, where participants are invited to become other, to become different, to stop being yourself for a while, and to experiment and to experience what it means to have a different identity. And no one can escape that, because you are put into a pool with people that come from all over the world. And no matter what preconceptions you have, no matter what identities you bring in, you have to suspend at least this or you die. So in a way, EMTM students are courageous. And I want to congratulate all of you for having been courageous to want to come to this program. No, not everyone wants to come to this program. And I should say not everyone is welcome. Everyone is welcome, but what I mean is that actually you need to want to. You need to want to be. You need to want to feel what it is to become other. And only this move, for me, is the core ethical move. If ethics is something, it's just that. It's to try to transform yourself into others without fear, with courage. Because only by being other, you can understand alterity to start with. So beyond tourism, beyond management, beyond everything, EMTM should be a way of life. A way of life that takes this ethical position into wherever encounter you will have at any moment in your life, professionally, personally, and so on. But there's a lot, I mean, this is not easy. Yeah? It means actually becoming some sort of a human to be that we don't have yet. But if the world ever is going to be a better world, it's because we can populate it with these humans to be, which in a way you know what they should be like, and you can start practicing in a way if you want and you wish. So in a way, it's taking ourselves more as individuals from the center stage and let the stage itself talk. The world is in urgent need for this type of, let's say, change of behavior. That's why we talked today about sustainability, about how to deal with others, how to whatever. We know that sustainability is a complex issue because it's a multifaceted issue. But I think you are now in a project that actually those who are starting now the semester here to make the most of every single opportunity that the program is offering you, and to take it, to explore it to the end without fear. You are safe, and that definitely will equip you with tools in order to be an ethical person, someone who really can contribute to your well-being and to the well-being of your people of the world for years to come. And for those who are graduating, which is a beautiful, beautiful moment, and tomorrow we will meet together to celebrate it, all I have to say is that I enjoyed most of the talk today, because the spirit of the messages that we got is that what's next, right? What's next whenever you ask this question, it means that you are framing your world from a linear perspective, right? Because next is done from an expectation that actually something comes from here in a sort of a linear way. So what comes next should be something unexpected, untidy, disruptive, whatever it is, crisis. And that's next. And that's what you want to welcome. You want to welcome dirt instead of cleanness. You want to work disruptive situations instead of comfortability. And unless you really learn to love, to go this way, you will be stressed. You will be unhealthy. You will not be contributing what you can really contribute to the world. So that takes time and takes courage, but actually you are on the way, you can do it. And if something, you always have us here to knock at our door if you need reinforcement or you need whatever, because we really believe in what we are saying and on what we are talking. So what's next for those of you? Enjoy whatever non-linearities the world takes to you. Today is very special because we've seen our old brothers that have left EMTM 13, 12, 11, 10, 7, 8 years ago. And this is a showcase. I'm finishing, huh? This is a showcase for all of you that all of them actually have followed a non-linear approach to after EMTM. And that's nothing wrong. It's just the opposite. That's the way it is. So what should we expect after EMTM? If you ask me, I would say more EMTM. EMTM as a way of life. And this is my advice to you. Let me finish only with a comment on the always wise advice that Alessandro gives. And he said something like, do whatever you love, do whatever you are passionate about, right? So I'm going to confirm that. I totally agree with that. But I have to add another layer of complexity to do. Because what you love and what you are passionate about today can be completely different than what you will love and what you will be passionate about whenever you meet, I don't know what, and then you happen just to veer your path into something else. What I loved when I was 16 years old had nothing to do with what I love now. So embrace this concept, even the concept of love and passion, not as something that has an eternal identity like a Platonic idea. It's just becoming and becoming. So that means what you don't love today, you may really love tomorrow. So don't be afraid of experiencing situations that you don't love and you find yourself in. You can also run to love what you don't love. This makes it so complicated that there's no recipe for it. And I think that's the beauty, the magic, that there are no recipes, there are no solutions, there are only problems. Let's love problems, long life to problems. Enjoy the evening, and thank you for your attention. Bye-bye. Okay. 15 minutes?